Greetings, my excellent friends. South Robin Adbot, thank you, Guan Bush, for performing the yeetage immediately. And you folk, Queer Alpaca, I think that's Robin, yes? Yes? I think I remember that from the 9,000 two-minute chats that I've had over the past 2 days. Hello. Smudger Cat, no, that is me. That is... I'll allow me to set the scene, since there are people here from two different groups, I suppose, because I haven't really talked about this with the people who come here every day and watch my stream. I found a thing. Remember 2 days ago I was an hour late for my Final Fantasy XIV stream, and I said it was something voiceover-y related? It was. I found a thing on my casting call website for an Ace Attorney musical, which, for those of you that are here every day, you will know why that's kind of funny. So I had to work on auditions for that immediately, and if I didn't work on them immediately, I wouldn't have been able to focus for my 14 stream. So I stole an hour from your normal time, and I don't apologize for it. It's apparently been around for more than a decade in multiple iterations, and this is a new version that's being worked on as an audio-only thing, a concept album for the music and a table read for the scripts, and they're looking for actors to play everything. So, yeah, for the next 3 weeks I'm going to be auditioning for a lot, which is good, because I have practice every week doing these voices now. Anyway, to the person's question, no, that was not a song from that musical. What you heard at the start was a Les Mis song parodied into Ace Attorney
I never
that I made
with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
a month ago, before I knew any of this existed, which again is why it was very strange. But we are back again. I'm hoping that I will stop taking every second Saturday off now that my throat is starting to get better and I have medicine and all that. Thank you, Sphexus, for the subscription. We should be able to start playing this every week again. I don't think that's the same property, Nevermoon, but you can give it a go. You can definitely give it a go. Here, I'll share the... I don't know that I have any folks among my regulars who are the type to do voice acting auditions, but I will send the casting call anyway in case there's, like, some interest. But it looks like this, and it is very impressive. And by the time July rolls around, I'll be able to tell you if I'll be involved with it at all. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. I'm gonna go ahead and not think too hard about it for the next month, because it's pretty damn amazing. Anyway, let's find the video game. But yeah, I joined their Discord because there are an awful lot of very fun people in that community. So, trying not to think too hard about it is an entire mood. Yes, it's there in the background, which is of course why I joined the Discord, so that I can be reminded about it every 5 minutes. Because I'm really smart. Anyway, we have absolved Ron Delight of the horrible crime of thievery, even though he's really, really determined for us all to know that he is in fact guilty of that, only to have the tables turned upon us as surprisingly, incredibly, shockingly... And let me just turn the desktop audio down a little. Where should I put it? Like here? I'll put it here. Let me know what you think about the audio music balance versus my voice, because I always have to check that every... What's my current mic input level, actually? Because I was doing auditions earlier. Sometimes I accidentally leave it on low. Yeah, that can go higher. Here. Put it here. Put it here. Now I should be in your ears Nice and snug. Sorry, that was weird. Okay. I'm gonna put it about there. You let me know if anything's too loud, too quiet, or I don't know, if you're starting to hallucinate. I can't help you with the latter, but I can with the audio issues. I was like 30% louder. Yeah, I could lower it a little. The problem is that whenever I do auditions, if I'm doing loud ones, I turn my thing down. And I'm doing quiet ones, I turn my thing up. And there's just no solid position that is the constant position. And then I forget to change that when I stream. Okay. October 13, 3:02 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices.
You know, I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again.
Well, supposedly Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred.
No way, Jose! I don't buy it. But the one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself. At least, from what I can understand.
Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick. Well, how about we get started looking into the KB security murder, huh?
I think I'm going to head back to Karain Village for a little while, if that's all right.
That's okay with me. The less of an 8-year-old voice I have to do today, the better. So, Pearl, you can stay there for the rest of the game if you want.
Sure, but why? I'm going to bring the sacred urn back and have some people take a look at it.
Right. The sacred urn, which appears to have been re-broken and re-repaired. Because it's facing the right way round again, and all of the cracks are patched perfectly. Meanwhile, the paint stains all end along the crack lines. And I don't think we've looked at that at all. That was not a feature of the last court day. So let's keep that in our back pocket.
Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go with...
No! Pearl.
No! Mystic Maya! You should stay here. I want you two to spend some special quality time together, full of love and happiness.
Pearls is so caught up in her fantasy, she forgot there's a murder to solve. Alright, so we'll give away the urn that is a super valuable clue to Pearl so that she can, I don't know, keep it from us when we need it.
Now remember, no fighting, okay?
We'll see. We'll see. She's gone. Now, remind me, she's 9, right? And the trip to Karain Village is several hours. No, I think she was 8 in Justice for All. I think the trilogy, like, their ages jump up by 1 every game. She has made the walk before. I'm not saying that it's something she isn't used to. I'm saying that it's something that she shouldn't be doing when there are adults there seeing that she's going to do it. She could just channel up a super fit ancestor who will do the run for her. That is an interesting medical question. Because yes, we know by the incredible result when Mia is channeled by either of the Fays, that your entire body metamorphs into that of the person that you are channeling, right? Either that, or Maya has a pair of watermelons that she stuffs under there whenever she... Anyway, so we know that. So if you were to turn into, I don't know, Karain Village's Kathy Freeman and just book it for 4 hours down the road, when you turn back, are you tired? Are you tired? I do not have an answer to that. You're tired since the body is tired. Yeah, but whose body? Whose body?
Okay, Nick. Time to get going on this murder investigation.
What to do?
So, what do we do now? Isn't it obvious? We should get out there and investigate the murder.
Well, first, we need to find out exactly where KB Security is located.
Hey, why don't we ask Miss Delight? She should know. Besides, I want to ask her some stuff about motorcycles.
Motorcycles? You're not thinking of getting one, are you?
I'm not the same little Maya who used to be happy with her dinky little bike, Nicky boy.
Speaking of asking around, I've got a few questions of my own for Mr. Delight.
Okay, well, let's make sure to go to the detention center, too.
You must be relieved we got the sacred urn back, huh?
You bet. But there's something a little different about it.
Huh?
Don't hunt at me. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says, I am, on the urn in the poster. But the urn we got back says, Amy, like it always used to.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Plus, the vase has pink splotches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before.
Maya doesn't know, but 1 year ago, when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mystic Amy's name into I am. And that repairer was one mechanically unskilled little Pearls. But still, I don't remember ever seeing pink splotches on it.
Is it possible that urn is a fake?
I'm sure Pearls will find out about that once she gets back to Corrine Village.
Yeah, I suppose.
Now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Corrine Village in a long time. So, I guess people still go to Corrine Village to do their training, right?
Yep. If you want to become a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training.
So, why haven't you been training lately, Maya?
Well, lately I've been thinking of heading to a channeling dojo to do just that.
Right, thinking, that's a good start. It's not quite as proactive as doing, but, you know, baby steps. We think, keep thinking, we think some more, we think up a long list of procrastination options, we go through each of them one by one, and then maybe at the end of that we do. A channeling dojo. Huh. Well, sounds pretty serious, whatever that is.
If you're going to train, you have to be serious. Otherwise, real tragedies can happen.
Is what happened last year still bothering you? That murder in her village. It happened because the power of channeling was misused.
When a medium uses the Corrine technique, she temporarily loses her own will.
So, when an especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over, and even forced to commit terrible crimes. What's worse, in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. Right, but that isn't what actually happened, though. Someone pretended that happened.
That murder...
It wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you?
I suppose not, but... I guess I'm still a bit shaken up. That's all.
It sounds like being the master of Corrine is going to be a heavy responsibility. Right, I don't think there's anything here that we haven't already looked at, but let me just... Giant building, Gatewater, they bought... They're making a Gatewater Land theme park. That bellboy does not deserve this level of success. Charlie, still getting watered. That's a good question. How come you can't audition for the role of Charlie in the Ace Attorney musical? Is anybody still here from that crew? Why don't the plant get a line? There could be the basis for a little Shop of Horrors crossover here. Just saying. Spitballing. Alright, did we see anything new to show to her? Nothing for anything more than flavor, really, but we could ask her about Godot. That'll be fun.
Say, Nick, what do you think that thing attached to his face is, anyway?
Don't ask me.
Why not? You know him, don't you? I've never met that guy before, in my life. And believe me, he's not exactly forgettable. Yeah, but at the trial today, he said...
So, we finally meet. Mr. Phoenix Wright. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you.
You're right about one thing. He sure acts like he knows me. Hey, Nick? I was just thinking, maybe you should try to stop making people you've never met before into your enemies? Trust me, I'd like to stop doing that too. My poor body can only take so much. Who is that guy anyway? What's his story? I wonder if I'll ever find out.
Possibly. Like the way that narratives work, you'd think that we'd find out, like maybe in the third act. Oh, fifth act, technically. How about Larry? Were you around when we met Larry? I don't recall.
Oh, it's Larry! He's your old childhood friend, right?
Yep. I've known him since elementary school.
Wow. That's even longer than I've known Pearly. You two must have lots of good memories together.
I guess so. But I can hardly remember them. They've been erased by all the traumatic ones. And she was around for the rest. So, lots of places to go. We can go to the detention center to regroup with our client. We can go to Demask's hideout, probably to see Desiree. We can go to the Atme Detective Agency in order to have a conversation with a wanker, or we can go to the exhibition hall to examine the not actual crime scene. The guy was murdered in his office somewhere else, so I don't really know what's left to look around here, but I'm gonna go down the order. I usually go down the order. I mean this case, Demon Dragon. Like, she's not going to say the same thing about Larry in this game than she did in a different context in Game 1. It was purely a question of whether the dialogue was going to be new or not. Lordly Taylor Main Exhibition Hall.
The Treasures of Karain exhibit is all ruined now. Maya. I'm sorry, it's just so sad. This was our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling. Maybe I can cheer her up somehow? Well, now that we've got the sacred urn back, maybe they can reopen it. Really? Sure. Maybe we can label it the Urn of Mask Damask's Desires.
That would probably attract a lot of attention.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa! That's brilliant, Nick! We could clean up and be filthy rich!
Woohoo! Wow, that was surprisingly easy. Okay, nobody to talk to. We'll do a quick sweep, but everything's the same. Yeah, I remember those. Piece of cloth with characters written on it. 108 ways to save money. I do like that joke. I don't understand where the bullet hole went from this folding screen, unless they have like a replacement folding screen. I think it would have been cooler if you could just see the little bullet hole right here from the last case. Oh, it's true. Luke's in jail now. That's true. Yeah, he got arrested at the end of the first day because we sort of set him up as the real Mask Damask. I don't know how well that holds, but I mean, if he's a master thief, he'd break out, right? So that's the test. If he's really masked a mask, he'll be here. Well, he maybe wouldn't go back to his house after breaking out of jail. Then again, he is a bit of an idiot. Lordly Taylor Basement Warehouse. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Andrews. What's she still hanging around down here for? So, how is it going? What about the secret urn? The urn? Ah, that. It's been taken care of already. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? Yes! It was brought in during the trial today. Wow. Really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Mask to Mask's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. Alright. Nobody's even moved this. That's incredible. That's the box that had the sacred urn in it. They're not saying anything about the paint, which is really dense of them, but okay. Oh, that's new. That's new. That's new. Shut up, Adrian. Let me restart this. It's paint, Heliokami. The same paint that's on the urn and that is on something else that I'll show you in a second. But we haven't gotten into what it all means yet. But there's definitely a paint-related conspiracy going on. Detective Atmey said he got hit in the back of the head with this by the thief. But that was obviously a lie. Because it turned out that Atmey was the real thief. It's still hard to believe. It looks like Adrian feels really bad about it. I'm going to take full responsibility and fix that sword myself. I know I don't look it, but I have complete confidence that I can fix it right up. I promise I'll fix it so you never knew it was bent in the first place. Please be gentle with it. And here we have Burr. Camera and computer. Suggesting that Luke Atmey would have allowed the photo to be taken if it was him that was the thief? That's a good point, actually. Door to the storeroom, full of stuff. We're not allowed in there. And that's just because they didn't want to have to design another room. So what do these three things mean together? We've got Burr, and then we've got Org, and then we've got Annie. Burr, Org, Annie. Annie, Org, Burr. Annie, Burr, Org. Burr, Annie, Org. Anyway, here's the rest of the paint. It looks to me like it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. Yeah, so the box was here. The box had paint sploshed all over it, and the urn got hit too, which means the box was open. The bottom left part of it is shaped oddly, and it's shocking pink. I don't see how the color of the paint is in any way important. The statue wasn't where it is now when we first came here, right? Yeah, it was right next to the door, wasn't it? Well, if someone moved it, it was probably Mask to Mask. Maybe he didn't like being watched by Mystic Amy while he stole the urn. Hey, cut it out! You're giving me the creeps with that kind of talk. Yeah, the statue originally had the sword in it, the shitto, or however you're supposed to pronounce that. And also the statue had been over here. I don't recall whether it was on the wheelie tray or not back then. It might have just been sitting there, but I think it was on the wheelie tray. But it was right where the paint is now. That said, we can conclude that the statue was moved before the paint was spilled, because nothing over here has any splotches on it. Unless it was scrubbed clean, but nothing else was, so why? That's not paint, that's Danganronpa Pepto-Bismol. I just heard all about it on the news. So that detective was actually the thief all along. It looks that It looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring Damask to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself. You were just doing your job.
Hey, Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it that you hired Detective Atme again?
About 20 days ago. And when was it that Mask Damask's calling card arrived? That was about 10 days ago. So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard.
I guess that's it then. Detective Atme must have really wanted the Sacred Urn after all.
I guess so.
What? So Mask Damask murdered someone as well?
Well, that's how things look right now.
Yes, but I thought that he was here stealing the urn at that time.
Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so, anything is possible.
Nick, let's get down to business already. To defeat the Huns! Sorry. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atme?
No, I couldn't have. Well, I mean, there was his entire fucking physical appearance, perhaps, but other than that... After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. He claims that's the way he always operates.
That's just what he says so that he can have an alibi while he commits the thefts himself.
Yep. He was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as Mask Damask pretty well. I'm so glad that you got your sacred urn back. Yes, but there's still something that bothers me about it.
What is it?
I'm not exactly sure, but somehow the urn that came back seems different. Really?
You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews? No, I don't know anything! Why would I? You can't prove anything! Ah!
Do we really need this? Can we not just assume that she broke the bloody thing?
Cyclops! What do you think this means, Nick?
It means the person that holds the secret to the mystery of the sacred urn is our very own Ms. Andrews. Which is probably not something we should shout at her face. But ah, well. Let's present the evidence. I don't remember what we've shown her and what we haven't, so let's just... We'll skip the Magatama, because we're not ready to push her yet, but...
I owe a great deal of thanks to that badge. It's the only reason that I'm still here today.
Aw, come on now, that's not true.
I think what Nick means to say is, it wasn't thanks to the badge, it was thanks to me! Tell the truth, Nick. I know that's what you were thinking.
No way, Maya! I would have been. Hell, I take credit for things I haven't even done. You can bet your ass I'll be taking credit for the things I actually do.
The Treasures of Corrine exhibit is my first job after last year's ordeal. And I really wanted it to be a success.
I've got an idea.
Why don't you redo the whole poster? You could put something like, voted best treasure exhibit by Mask Damask.
Why, Maya?
That's a fantastic idea. I hired Detective Atme for security before we even received a calling card. I suppose that was a mistake.
Atme? I mean, Mask Damask. He sent a calling card to the very exhibit he was hired to guard.
I wonder if it was because he knew it would be easy to steal. Yes, but he should have also known that he could easily become a suspect. I thought the whole exhibit would be brightened up by something shiny and gold. That's why I went to the trouble of borrowing it from a ranch family training hall. A gold statue is totally cool in my book. It arrived rather late, so I thought I wouldn't be able to put it on display.
By the way, it looks like this statue was moved on the night of the theft. Do you know anything about that?
Huh? No, it certainly wasn't me that moved it.
Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Gee, I wonder if that's Cyclock related. The security camera was provided by Lordly Taylor Department Store. I took a close look at it on the day after the theft. The timestamp on the photo was definitely real. Detective Atme said he got hit on the back of the head with this by the thief. But that was obviously a lie. Because it turned out that Atme was the real thief. It's still hard to believe. It looks like Adrian feels really bad about it. I'm going to take full responsibility and fix that sword myself. I know I don't look it, but I have complete confidence that I can fix it right up. I promise I'll fix it, so you never knew it was bent in the first place. Please be gentle with it. I don't think the blades are actually sharp. She'll be fine. I'm sorry I can't help more, but I'm so busy taking care of everything in front of me. I still haven't given up on the Treasures of Karain exhibit. Oh, Miss Andrews, I'm so happy to hear you say that. Which is why we're using her angry face sprite for this line, I guess. Because, you know, when I'm happy, I always look like this. Yeah! Such joy! It's just pushing through me. I can't contain it. Wait, nope, that's constipation. Give me a moment. I have somewhere I need to be. Right, anyway. It's the determined face. I don't know. It's just a little... That's a solid frown. Looks like the treasure exhibit is the only thing she has on her mind. Right, so nothing of Ron and KB security is gonna hit for her. That one might. Nope. This one should. No! Okay. Right, profiles. What do you think of me? You've certainly changed since I last saw you 7 months ago. Really? Yes, you look like you've bulked up a little. Well, now that she mentions it. I guess I have gotten a little stronger. You're such a dork, Nick. Nothing I can tell you about Mia Fey. That makes sense, she died before we met. Miss Fey, I'd love to introduce you at the exhibit if you don't mind. Really? I'd be happy to do whatever I can to help! I don't know, this doesn't seem like the right sprite for a sentence with happy in it. That one does. Oh, I have an idea. Maybe I could sing a song. The Master of Karain, or the Spirit Song, or perhaps Maya's theme? That sounds wonderful. I had no idea such songs actually existed. You would be surprised. You would be fucking surprised as to the depth and width and selection of songs that you can find, Adrian Andrews, when it comes to this particular intellectual property. Anyway, well, they don't. Yet. I was going to make Nick write them. Be serious. She's such a cute little girl. I'm deeply in her debt for what she did 7 months ago. Her name is Pearl. She's training to be a spirit medium. Training at such a young age. That's very impressive. Well, as a fellow career woman, I salute her. Career woman, huh? I guess that's one way to look at spirit mediums, since they're all women. I like how, usually when a character comes back, they might have their outfit redesigned for all of their sprites, but their sprites are all the same, right? They might have a few added, but they reuse everything else because it's the same person. Adrian is gotta be, like, entirely new sprites. Like, not when she's, stressed. The stressed sprites will still be the same, but all of her default sprites have to smile now. And that would have not been a big rewrite. They would have just had to change the face a little, but I don't think they've done that before. They've probably done it since, but I don't think I've seen a character just have like a demeanor difference between games. They do sometimes when they break down. Like if their persona was a lie. Like Eeny Miny or Yanni Yogi or Dahlia, but even her profile picture, she smiled now. Anyway. Nothing about Rondelight. Now I realized I should have called the police. As soon as I got that calling card from Mask to Mask, I mean. Yeah, I guess you should have.
Well, now Detective Gumshoe has one more failure to add to his list.
Oh? You mean he's not a very good detective?
He's alright.
It's a good thing he's not here to hear us talking about him. Wait, you don't know what to tell me about Mask to Mask? Oh, guys. I don't know as many people as I used to, so there's nothing I can tell you about that person. You don't have to write an essay, but give us something that makes sense. So Detective Atme was actually Mask to Mask. She really seems depressed. I can't say I blame her. She's the one who hired the fox to guard the henhouse. Nothing about Desiree. Oh. For a second I thought that was the generic one because the photo didn't appear. Hang on, I'll just restart it. I'm really terrible at judging people, I guess. I should have learned my lesson after what happened 7 months ago. But I didn't. I got taken in by this flim-flam detective.
Don't feel so bad. After all, we're here to help.
Yes, Mr. Wright is a really wonderful man, isn't he? That should have made me happy, but she just admitted she's terrible at judging people.
Oh, come on. I can tell you're happy anyway.
Nothing about Laddie Butts. Nothing about Godot. Okay, so that was a lot of nothing mostly. Let's go see if Luke Atme has broken out of prison. Whoa, this place is literally crawling with cops! Look, they're on the walls, they're on the ceiling. You know, that new Spider Cop division does not make a lot of sense.
What did you expect? Now that they know he was actually Mask to Mask? This must be incredibly embarrassing for them, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess they're trying to make up for it by tearing the place apart. Hey, I just noticed. Gumshoe is nowhere to be seen.
Well, he is a homicide detective. He's probably working on the murder case.
Wasn't he in charge of the Mask to Mask investigation all the way up to yesterday?
Well, a murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? He'd say something like, "There's nothing like a good murder case, pal!"
Points for the quality of the impression, but I'm not sure Gumshoe has bloodlust, Maya. There is nothing more terrifying as a person who does what I do than to have a line where a character does an impression of another character. And I don't have time to think either. It's like, okay, how much of Gumshoe and how much of Maya do I put into that delivery? Maya's vocal tone, sure, with Gumshoe's inflection. That's the answer, but God, that's just so weird. Ooh. What? Everything... Oh, I get it. Hey, you guys! We're investigating this place, so keep your hands to yourselves.
Boy, the policemen sure are a bunch of sourpusses.
We use the term bastards now, Maya.
Well, Mr. Ace Detective did make complete and utter fools out of them.
What's all this now? Oh, what's all this now? I guess they have like a British expat cop. What's all this then? Move it along. The show's over.
Aw, doesn't look like they're gonna let us investigate. I guess we might as well call it a day for this place and go look somewhere else.
Can we steal his ship in a bottle? That can't possibly be evidence, right? Right. Damask's hideout. We skipped the detention center, so we have to go there through our office for some reason. What we need here is to unlock the murder scene. We need to be given the directions to where that is. Because we can't begin to approach this investigation if we haven't looked at the place where the murder happened. Detention center visitor's room. We don't even have the dead guy in our profile list. I don't remember who he is. I believe he's the blackmailer. And I think he's like Ron and Larry's boss at the security company. But I do not remember his name. I already told you! It's not me!
A sad, pitiful whine that tapers into silence.
Sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delight right now.
Man, and we don't have enough time as it is.
Yeah, well, I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. Yesterday they thought he was just a thief, but now they got a murder case on their hands.
I guess you're right. That guard over there looks a bit on edge, too.
Come on, we'll just have to come back later.
Okay, let's go check out some other place, Nick.
I bet you Larry'll be around the security place, but we have to get there first. Smile for the camera, nothing to record. The guard looks incredibly fucking bored. Last place is Damask's hideout. Perhaps Desiree will be our salvation.
Oh, Nicky boy, Maya.
Miss Delight.
All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie.
Yep, but I guess it ended up hurting his case.
Don't say that, Nick. She doesn't need your help beating herself up.
But we were being generous and offering a helping hand.
Hey, Nicky boy, please, please help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly.
All right. I'll poke around and see what I can find out.
Really? Are you serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking for your help was the right thing to do. I don't know what I can do to help anymore.
I had no idea Miss Delight had such a vulnerable side. So much crap in this place. I will look at it all, but I do not expect there to be anything that wasn't there before. Nope. It's all the same. A bunch of books about heists and thieves. Must remember this thief's way of laughing. Very useful. A calling card is an important part of any good thief's modus operandi. It was always Ronnie's dream to become a thief. Well, I guess you can chalk that one down as fulfilled.
I wonder why Mr. Delight never talked to his wife about it.
Yeah, well, I think she deserves some of the blame for not bringing it up either. That's true. She had a pretty good reason to maybe suspect. But unfortunately, she took the Fifth Doctor in Time Crash interpretation route.
Nick, it's a torpedo!
It's hard to believe, but it sure looks real.
Where could he have picked up something like this?
Please don't say that as if torpedoes are just things people leave lying around. I want some torpedoes.
It's Mask to Mask!
There's a tape recorder hanging from his neck.
Let me see that.
Ah! I'll be taking this crown now. Better luck next time, gentlemen.
Ronnie used to say that a happy laugh is the lifeblood of a thief. Well, that certainly is a happy-sounding laugh, all right.
Yes, and laughing isn't as easy as it sounds.
The harder you try, the more fake it sounds. Yeah, Mr. Delight really works hard at his craft, huh?
And there's Old Bag's space woman outfit.
Oh, I know. It's a fishbowl. Well, an upside-down one, anyway.
I think it's a helmet. An alien helmet. And that looks like a tape recorder or something next to it. I think it's a transceiver. An alien transceiver. Oh, that. Ronnie brought that home one day. He asked one of his friends from work if he could have it. It's a Space Ranger uniform. I've never seen Ronnie happier in his whole life. Oh man, now I want one too! I wonder if KB Security was in charge of security at the event from that old case. That does add up. It's a bunch of cheap costume pieces arranged inside a nice frame. Look, Nick! It's a fake beard! It's also a mask, made out of cardboard. Here, Nick, try on this fake beard. Come on, try it on! Hey, cut it out! Now put on the mask! It's Phoenix Damask. If you like it, feel free to take it home with you. Thanks, but no thanks. Oh, that's so cute! It's called a hot air balloon, you know. Wow, there's no fooling you. I want to make my own balloon now. I'll even let you ride in it, Nick. That emblem on the balloon is supposed to be top secret. This could convince the courts that Ron DeLite is Master Mask. I better not tell Maya. She gets kinda scary when it comes to celebrities. Rolls of paper stuck in the trash can. Theft of the immortal goddess statue, the great knuckle bomber strategy. The police took a look at all of that, you know. Really? Did they say anything? They said it wasn't important. Oh? Don't worry about it, Nicky boy. After all, my Ronnie is just an amateur. Ah, that's very naive, but okay. So Ron received a blackmail letter, huh? Do you think Mrs. DeLite knows about this? Well, if she did, I don't think she would be smiling like that. I wonder if we should tell her about it. I think it'd be smarter if we didn't. Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never, ever kill anyone. It's just not in him. I don't think he would either, Nick. Yeah, but you have to admit he's got a bit of a temper to him. It's not that hard to imagine him just snapping and screaming, "Please die!" He would never say that. Anyway, Miss DeLite, he might not be a killer, but he's still going around saying that he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. Miss DeLite, I hate to say it, but you're the one living in a fantasy world. What? How dare you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance at a thief. I guess I just don't get it. Huh? Get what? I just can't understand how they can be so different and yet be such a happy couple. Yeah, they sure are different. Come on now, Nicky boy, it's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight. For me, anyway. What? For you? I hate these kinds of people more than anything, she says about Luke. You mean ace detectives? No, I'm fine with ace detectives. Oh, so then you must mean thieves. No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be ace detectives. There's nothing I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why did you go to Detective Atmey's office anyway? Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went out there to try to find out more about the real criminal. The real criminal? Yes, obviously the real Master Mask is not my Ronnie, right? Yeah? And Detective Atmey knew more about Master Mask than anyone else. They mentioned him on the Great People Around Town segment on TV. You know, G-Pat. So then, you went there to ask him some questions. That's right. I'll do whatever it takes to save my man. His secretary said, "The ace detective isn't in right now." But I forced my way past her and into his hideout. I wouldn't exactly call that office of his a hideout. That bag was sitting right there on top of the table. Oh yeah, we saw that bag there yesterday, too. There's nothing lower than someone who would try to pin a crime on someone else.
Miss Delight, do you know about KB Security?
Don't be silly, of course I do. That's where my Ronnie works. So she thinks he still works there, huh? And yet, according to what we heard today... Come on! Don't tell me you didn't know. Ron Delight was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard.
Ron quit. He doesn't work there anymore. It looks like Miss Delight doesn't know. KB Security is only about 20 minutes away. By motorcycle, that is.
Larry told me it takes 30 minutes by car. Well, I have to admit I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. Fuck the rules. To make it to KB Security that fast, are you sure you aren't literally flying?
Why don't I give you a ride sometime? Or better yet, how about now?
Nope. I'll pass, thanks. Oh.
Why don't you just tell us where it is, and we will go ourselves? Eh? What a scaredy cat you are, Nick.
Ms. Delight told us the location of KB Security.
Okay, let's head over there right away, Nick. So was it really love at first sight when you first met Mr. Delight?
Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life.
Saved your life?
I was at work one day when two robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, I'm not the kind to just curl into a little ball in the corner, so I fought back. Robbers? Yeah, they took me hostage. I was so frightened.
They were both carrying these huge knives,
and, well, I broke down into tears. Yeah, I would too if I were in that situation.
Oh, I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running to save you?
Yes, exactly. I remember he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. And his Princess Leia buns. He went right up to those two knife-wielding robbers and screamed in their faces. You know, this picture, it looks less like it's part of his hair and more like somebody took a pair of cupcakes and just jammed them into the sides of his skull. Also, that is quite a bad mask. That is a really... Is that a condom? Leaving aside its absolute redundancy in terms of face covering, is it just because of the picture they wanted you to see his face, whereas, like, we're meant to infer that the mask was a bit more effective in the actual scenario? It looks like he's just stretched a condom over his head. I know that they can go over a person's arm. I don't know that they could go wide enough for the face. But anyway. Please, stop it! He screamed. I could see the robbers' faces turn pale. That high-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people. Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the two robbers. All by himself. He came to save me, a total stranger, all by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me.
Wow. That's a great story.
Yeah. He may not look it, but in a tough situation, there's no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. That's so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess.
Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I ever get taken hostage.
What? Oh, sorry, I was thinking of Miles. With Maya, that possibility always seems to loom in the not-too-distant future. Excuse me, but would you look at this? I don't have a clue. I don't get out enough. So this is Master Mask, huh? I wonder what kind of a house he lives in. Who knows? Maybe it's exactly like this house. You're so funny sometimes, Nicky boy. But if I was a famous thief, I'd live in a great, big, gorgeous mansion. I'll be sure to tell that to your husband. Ah, I know what that is. That's one of those key cards from Ronnie's company. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've seen one. It's probably because Ron doesn't work there anymore. Havoc Helsing, personal insult. You have the charisma of Ron Delight mixed with the likability of Luke Atme. I'm sorry, that was deeply destructive. That's Ronnie's wallet.
It was found at KB Security on the night of the murder.
Ronnie and I went out to dinner early that evening.
I'm sure he had his wallet with him then.
So it's true then. He must have dropped it at the crime scene. Do you know about this? Oh, is that a letter addressed to my Ronnie? Sorry, but I hate it when people poke their noses into other people's business.
It looks like Miss Delight doesn't know about it. Which means she has no idea that her husband was being blackmailed.
Technically, blackmailing is a form of poking your nose into someone else's business, so, like, she should be righteously angry at this. All things considered. Dip dip doodly dip doop da 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 dip dip doodly dee da 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 dip dip doodly dee doo da 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 dip dip doodly dee doo da 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 da. All right. I stole by singing the music while I'm looking at something off screen. How's the case going? Well, I mean, we've upgraded from a theft case to a murder case, and it's the same defendant, so, you know, badly, but you're asking how the case is going, not how the game's going, so. She doesn't know anything about the sword. She wouldn't really know anything else. Do you know anything about Luke Atme? I'll never forgive this man. He tried to pin his own crimes on my Ronnie.
I don't blame you.
All criminals are the same. They're nothing but filthy, sneaking liars. I hate their guts. Okay, I think I get it. Jesus. And I think I can see why Ron didn't tell her how he was earning that money. As long as I got my motorcycle and my Ronnie, I'm happy.
Aw, that's so sweet.
Oh, that plus a little excitement. And a little shopping money. Then I'm happy.
Now she's starting to sound a bit greedy. Don't you think, Nick?
Not really. I've always said that my ideal life is one in which I am perfectly financially content while also not having to do any work. So this is Master Mask, huh? Oh no, I've done that one. I know he doesn't look it, but he can really get things done when he puts his mind to it.
Really? So when exactly does he put his mind to it?
Well, not very often, I admit.
But I'll never forget the first time we met as long as I live. It must be nice to have such a fond memory like that.
Not really, Sam. Those people still technically have to, you know, put up with someone. I'd rather the money just appear. That's really amazing. A master at your age.
Oh no, you've got it wrong. It's my mother that's the current master.
Oh, I see. So what exactly is she the master of anyway?
Well, you see, it's like...
Don't say it, Maya. If you say spirit channeling, she'll laugh.
Ouch! That hurt.
So, Nicky boy, you're a lawyer, huh? Well, yeah. How do you like it? I bet it's so exciting.
Yeah, sometimes. Actually, a little too exciting at times.
Ooh! I just love a good thrill.
Nicky boy, it sounds like you have it so nice.
This is starting to get awkward. I don't like this man one bit. He's had it in for my Ronnie from the very beginning. It's his fault that Ronnie is under suspicion of committing murder. Plus, he lobbed a coffee grenade at me.
You look pretty silly wearing that mug on your birthday...
On your birthday head? Wearing that mug on your head like a birthday hat. Has anybody ever had a birthday head? Wait, no. No, hang on. No, I'm sorry. That was... I meant, like, I don't know, like you had, like, a detachable, like, just when it was your birthday, you had a different person's head. Like, your face changed. It was meant to be a comical, quirky image based on a misspeak. It was not meant to have other... Da 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 da. I regret everything that I said in the last 5 minutes. Oh, damn it. Right. Breaths.
Oh, I know! We can get him back tomorrow by returning fire with a milk grenade!
Actually, honestly, as much as it would be funny, I think that is not... Right, like, fully seriously here, I do not think that's equivalent exchange. He has a piece of technology on his head. What happens if the piece of technology gets some milk all over it? What if it goes bzzzt and he dies? We don't know anything about this man. If we're gonna splash him with something, we need to aim carefully. Maybe, I don't know... Get it all over his suit. Ah, this is the guy who delivered Ronnie's wallet. He's got some issues, doesn't he? Huh? Let's just say his flirting style is pretty obvious. Pretty stale, too, actually. It's pretty sad when the only thing you remember about a man are his lame pickup lines. What's even more sad is said man probably believes in those like they're his lifelines.
Looks like he blew it again, huh?
Nothing new, Maya. Nothing new. Anybody else? You wouldn't know Adrian, would you? Nope, not at all. And you wouldn't know Gumshoe? Nope, not at all. And you definitely wouldn't know Mia. What about Pearl? Ah, this girl. I saw her slap Nicky Boy right across the face. Yeah, she did. All the ways she could remember Pearls by. Why? She's such a little cutie. If you could bring her by, I'd love to meet her.
Sure, of course.
Great. I can just tell I'm in for a reprise of the 100-hand slap. Da 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 da. CEO's office. Now, do we run into Gumshoe here? Presumably. We have to run into Larry somewhere, though. I don't know where, but I would assume somewhere in, like, this security place we'd find him. Maybe not immediately. Like, presumably if this is where the guy died, then the cops are going to be here, and Larry wouldn't be. Remembering, I have played this game before fully once. We're past the 2 games that I know intimately, and we're into the ones that I've played solidly once, and it was a few years ago at that, so... Technically, I've played this part twice. My experience with Ace Attorney 3 is interesting because it didn't come out in Australia. Or it came out really late. But at the time, physically, you could get Ace Attorney 1 on the shelf, Ace Attorney 2 on the shelf, and Apollo Justice on the shelf at around about 2007, 8, 9. But Trials and Tribulations, it ran into some trouble and it became really hard to get in Australia. So when I was a kid, I was forced to skip this. We got Apollo Justice instead. We did run into him last episode, but that was at Desiree's place. That's how we got introduced to the case. What I mean is, we need to run into him somewhere today, and he doesn't have a home because he was at Desiree's place for a specific reason. He's not going to hang around there. So I'm spitballing where I think we'll find him, and this is, going to be it. Need a VPN to it. No, I mean, literally, it wasn't on shelves. Like, back then, like, it was a DS game. And I was younger, and all those, methods of playing a video game with your computer, despite it not being a computer game, were not at my fingertips, and also it was too soon anyway. So I remember I first played Ace Attorney 3 on an emulator, and it was a really small screen, and I didn't get that far into it because it was really annoying to play. And then a few years later, I finally got to play it. I don't even remember how, but I finally got to play it a few years later, I think in like 2016 or so. And so that's when I fully played 3 and managed to fill in that missing gap. So I guess this is where it all went down, huh?
The walls in here look thick, just like you'd expect in a CEO's office.
Why does it look like a laboratory, though? It's a security... well... Okay, so yes, a security place, so they've got good walls. But, like, why does it look so sci-fi?
What has that got to do with anything?
Hey, it's you guys!
Ah, it's Detective Gumshoe.
Today was a real train wreck for you guys, huh?
Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made real fools out of us.
Yeah, I feel for you.
Wow, that's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like, "Oh, that was great! You guys got what you deserved, pal! Ho 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 ho!" Or something to that effect.
Maya, stop impersonating people! Anyway. Do I really sound like that to you, pal?
If the gumshoe fits.
Or if the dick fits. Well, anyway. The point is, I can tell when someone puts their heart into their jobs. And I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives.
Wow. I had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy.
Where have you been for the last 2 games, then?
Now, if this little love fest is over, maybe we can start investigating?
Alright. Definitely haven't seen anything here before, because this is our first time. Yeah. Giant safe!
Wow, this safe is unbelievable.
I bet 4 pearls would fit in there.
And it's got a bunch of doohickeys attached to it.
It's pretty amazing, alright. Motion sensors, heat sensors, weight sensors.
Hey, Nick, come on. Let's open it and take a look. If I broke into one of these, wouldn't that set me down the path to Hoodlumville?
I don't know, Hoodlumville is a nice place to visit. Now this is a weird chalk outline. That doesn't look like a person's body. That looks like goop that seeped out of the safe. But I guess that's one arm. Is that a head? He must have been half in the safe.
This rope. You think it fell out of the safe when it was opened?
I don't think so.
So you mean...
Yeah. I think this string shows where and how the corpse was lying.
You mean... the victim... he was killed by being crushed by the safe door?
She can't be serious.
Can she?
Check out this big, thick binder here.
Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick.
Reading a file isn't exactly backbreaking work, just a little hard on the eyes.
Ah! What did you find out, Nick?
This file. It's not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is all about Mask to Mask. It's filled with info on him.
What? What kind of info?
It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods and the crime scenes.
Huh. Hey, Nick, look at the last page.
It's a list. Let's see. Tier of Emanon, $100,000. This looks like a list of all the treasure that Mask to Mask stole.
So then 100,000 is the value of the stolen item?
I don't know, that number sounds kind of low to me. I think I better secretly make a copy of this list. Kane's List! Does it just start with Abel and then a crossed out mark? Well, no, it's Kane. Sam, I'm worried. These look like some kind of bookshelf rolling cabinet hybrid.
I can't get in between these two shelves.
Don't strain yourself trying. Looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel.
So I guess it's one shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they're filled with bunches of files.
Yeah, files filled with data about security jobs they were hired to handle.
It'll be a good night's reading, if you got insomnia. I was hoping for something a little bit more exciting, like UFOs or something. Wow, look at that huge framed photo!
Tall mountains rising majestically against a dark and cloudy sky.
There's a title written at the bottom of the photo. The greatest sunrise of my life.
This is it?
This was his best sunrise?
Either this guy didn't get out much, or he had really rotten luck with the weather.
Maybe if he had lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. Oh, there's a button here! Let's see.
Maya? When you said, let's see, I thought that meant that we were going to take a look at the button. Such as reading the text underneath the button, or the label above the button, or perhaps asking the policeman in the room what the button does. If morons were ships, you would be the Titanic. Majestic but doomed. Hey, cut it out! Don't press that!
That was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that. What is that button anyway?
It's an emergency buzzer. It says it right there on the panel.
Oops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first?
This alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here. Really?
That was possible on the night of the crime. Ooh, so when the CEO was attacked, do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer?
Yeah, I thought about that. So I asked around down there. But they said that the buzzer never went off that night. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. Mr. Bullard, the victim, he wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way. Just so you know.
I think we better go and talk to that guard about the emergency buzzer.
Connected to the basement security guard office, there are no fingerprints on it.
This must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I would have thought. Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it out, just for a second. Ooh, nice. I feel just like a CEO. Hey you, whip me up a cup of some really expensive import tea and some scones. Move it! Ah, this is the life.
The victim sat in that chair just before he was brutally killed, you know. Does she think that sitting in a murder chair is going to get her murdered? I mean, Maya at this point should understand quite intuitively that she is never going to be a murder victim, because she is like the universe's constant murder defendant. As Will Wheaton is to bad roles, Maya Fey is to the receiving end of frame jobs.
Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder.
Okay. But the thing is, I'm really not supposed to.
Hey, come on! What about how we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now, and we need help.
Okay, I'll tell you. Just don't start crying on me, okay, pal?
Okay, I won't cry on you, pal.
The victim's name is Kane Bullard. He was the CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 o'clock this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 in the morning on October the 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, probably an object in this room.
It happened at exactly the same time that Mask to Mask was stealing the urn, huh?
Cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head.
So why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body?
There's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside that safe.
Safe? Wow, that's pretty big.
Nobody had heard from him. And when they opened the safe this morning, well, out he came.
Oh, so the body fell out. That white string must be the shape from when he fell out. Right, so the chalk outline is not his body position from the murder itself. It's his body position from the discovery. The murderer stuffed him in the safe and... yeah, okay. I think we still need some more information about Mr. Billiard. Maybe you could start by getting the man's name right, Maya. So, what happened to Mask?
He's at the detention center screaming like a madman. Investigate me again! He keeps yelling, and oh my god, it is characters doing impressions of other characters day to fucking day.
No, I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right?
Oh, you mean that detective at me? Oh, that was great. That guy got what he deserved.
Now that's the detective I know and love, although his laugh is a little eviler than I'm used to Gumshoe being.
Think about it. Atme was always around when a calling card showed up, but he always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. I was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how you just knew he was the thief.
That would explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen item he keeps bragging about.
Yeah, he just did that to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. But there's one thing I can't figure out about his first heist.
His first heist?
Yeah, the Tear of Emanon case. There was a witness on that one.
A witness?
Here, I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it. The Gem and the Thief.
Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before?
No. Oh no. It's pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it... It could be Ron Delight, but... I mean, I don't know. I can't see at all. I guess there's that. That could be Ron. If we're meant to actually be able to figure out who it is from that picture, then it... But it was more blonde. Later.
Ooh, that prosecutor. I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight?
Yeah, I think he did it that way just because he knew it'd hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. He's the kind of guy who would tell two friends to wait for him and then never show up all day.
So who is that Java-addicted masked maniac anyway?
Prosecutor Godot? Yeah, he's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of the guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office. Came out of nowhere.
That's right, he said this was his first case as a prosecutor.
That is true, according to the records anyway. But, no way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in court. A maverick that gives me goosebumps.
Goosebumps? You?
Yeah, I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. And I'll just turn the other way.
Poor Detective Gumshoe. I had no idea you were so unpopular.
Ah, no, that's not what I meant.
That Godot guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret.
Da 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 da. Right, let's go through the later crop of evidence. This was his first heist, and I guess I underestimated him. I was sure I was gonna get him, so I was careless and lost the info on the witness.
By witness, do you mean the guard in this photo?
Yeah, he and the detective worked together to try catching Master Mask.
But he got away anyway, huh?
That guard. I got the weird feeling that I've seen him around lately.
Detective Gumshoe, about this right here?
Sorry, it's hard to believe, but there's a limit to how much my brain can hold. I got 2 ears and 2 eyes, but I only got 1 brain.
I can see your eyes and ears. But the jury is still out on the brain thing. Hey Nick, if you have something to say, just come out and say it.
The brain is there, it's just a question of how much use it gets.
So about this.
Huh? What's that?
Hey, wait a minute, Maya. What's wrong? We copied that data without permission. Don't show it to him. He might get mad at us.
So, what are you two whispering about?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just my billfold.
That's a pretty thick billfold you got there, pal. Now I really want you to show it to me. A Pentium 4 is still a CPU? And I remember being like 10 and being super excited because we were upgrading our computer. And I didn't know what the terms meant, but we were moving from one Pentium to another Pentium. I think it was from 3 to 4. Unless it was 4 to 3. Whichever one was better, we were moving to that and we were getting Windows XP. And the reason why I was excited was because I was going to be able to play Warcraft 3 without it crashing on every second loading screen. And with those loading screens, not taking 10 minutes. Presumably number goes up means better. I learned that from crypto scams. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is proof that Ron DeLight was here at the crime scene when the murder happened.
His wallet and this key card, huh? I think we need to ask Mr. DeLight some more about those two things.
Dum da dum da dum dum. Yeah. Alright, so that's the same thing.
About this blackmail letter.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot too, pal. Why would Kane Bullard have been blackmailing Ron DeLight anyway?
Well, Mr. DeLight used to work at
KB Security! It's named after him, Kane Bullard Security.
Right? But what was it that made him quit? Nick, that's it! Maybe that's the same reason he's being blackmailed.
Well, I'm in the middle of investigating that right now.
Oh, alright.
Also, congratulations Helio Kami for completely wasting 50,000 internet points, and proving that they are truly imaginary, and have no overarching goal or purpose. I would tell you to feel fulfilled, but you'd only be imagining it if you were.
So Detective Atme wasn't hit in the back of the head after all.
That's right, because he was the real thief. He wanted it to look like he was knocked out, so he bent it on purpose. I'd stake my reputation on it.
What kind of creep would ruin an antique for that?
An idiot. The thief in the photo taken by the security camera is missing his brooch. Yup. The thing is, there's no evidence that the photo was tampered with. It was definitely taken at 12:58 a.m. I turned the tables at the trial today with the mystery of this missing brooch. I wonder if there's something more to this missing piece of costume jewelry. Same thing. Nothing. Remember, don't tell anyone about that emblem, okay, pal?
Does the thief ever send these to the police?
Nah, always to the victims. Up until now, the victims have always come to us looking for help, though.
That's not what happened this time, you mean?
You got that right, pal. Listen up, if you guys ever get one of those calling cards, I want you to come to us right away, got me?
Yeah, sure.
I still got no idea why Master Mask would go after a broken old pot like... I mean, this tasteful, old family heirloom of immense sentimental and physical value.
Good point. Why go after a worthless piece of junk like...
I mean, worthless in a good way. I mean, this is a first for the guy. Adrian Andrews hired Atme as security before the calling card even came. I wonder if that has anything to do with how things played out. Well, it certainly means Atme was made aware of the thing. So if Atme is the thief, it goes to show that it'd be like, ooh, I could steal that. And then he did. I don't know. Did that say there were fingerprints on it, or there are no fingerprints on it? Pretty goofy looking face, if you ask me.
Hey! What are you doing carrying that around with you anyway? It's not like we ever need it.
She has got a point. Ah, that's Ms. Mia Fey. She was truly a beautiful person, pal.
Huh? You knew her? You knew my sis?
Sure. Everybody in the police force knew her. We all lost a great friend that day. I just got something in my eye. I'm not crying!
So that's a little bit shaky, because Gumshoe is the cop that was on the scene for Mia's murder, and he did not seem to react in any way that implied an emotional connection. Also, he had no idea who Maya... I kind of like it. And I'm in favor of a retcon that makes the story better, and that makes the story make more sense, even if it makes an early part awkward. But, it's a little bit weird. It's a soft retcon. He didn't say he didn't know her, he just, didn't give off the impression that he did. You're such a familiar face to me now, you know? And now that I think about it, you're the real victim in this case, right? Not really. We're standing in the room with the guy who died. For some strange reason, it's hard to think of you as a victim, pal. You're darn right I'm the victim! That was our most precious treasure!
You know, pal, I think I know why I can't think of you as a victim. Ever.
Detective Gumshoe, what about this person?
Sorry, pal. To be honest, my head is so full right now, it feels like it's gonna burst.
Note to self, keep hair away from Gumshoe's head.
I kind of feel sorry for him. He's kind of a sad young guy.
Yeah, and he seems to have a habit of always getting arrested prematurely.
Well, it's just my personal opinion, but I think the police should have investigated the whole thing more carefully.
But weren't you the one that arrested him with a giant goofy smile on your face? Come on, we don't have time to start with that. Let's just leave it alone.
I know I look a little rough around the edges, but the truth is I'm a lot more detective-like than I used to be.
Really? Like what part?
Like the color of my coat.
Ah, you're right.
Yeah, but what about what's inside the coat? I always knew there was something suspicious about this guy. And I was right. It turned out that the mask was really that ace detective in disguise.
You really thought that?
Ah, of course! It's the stone-cold truth! Sooner or later, a guy like that always shows his true colors.
Yeah, well, I think we saw a little too much of his colors today.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that one.
Nothing about Desiree. Nothing about Adrian. Nothing about Larry Butts.
This guy is a real puzzle, if you ask me. Then maybe I should be asking you. Do you know something about him?
Why would I know something?
Well, it sure sounded like the two of you knew each other from the way you acted today.
It's Mr. Godot that acts like he knows Nick, not the other way around. Exactly. You'd think I'd remember someone like him.
I still say the whole thing's a bit suspect.
Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Mr. Shane Bluebard.
That's Kane Bullard, not Shane Bluebard, pal.
Oh yeah. The victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me.
Well, you were the victim, up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning.
Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out?
Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbing like an idiot right now.
Okay, Nick. Now is our chance to get more info about the victim, so hurry up and ask.
Here. Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard?
He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it, anyway?
Well, the company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard him. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work.
Oh? And?
And I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber.
Really? Me too! I just love money! I can't ever get enough!
Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty shit to earn his millions.
Oh, so that's my problem. I need to be shiftier.
Let me go already! Apparently, he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies.
Ooh, that's pretty dirty and underhanded.
Yeah. Oh, KB Security used to head security operations against Mask to Mask.
What? Really?
Yep, and after screwing up too many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive.
So it really was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh?
Alright, that's everything from here. We have a security room. So we have one more place. And once... that jacket looks familiar as hell. And there's food everywhere. A certain type of person works at this station. Do you agree? I certainly think so. But this room should be the last new room to look at, I hope. And then it'll start to speed up a bit, because it's we won't have to... Once we've talked to everybody, we still... Pretty much Larry's the last person. Well, I suppose there's still Atme and Delight, but they're in jail. Once we have less people to talk to, there's less people to show our whole evidence list to, and that makes it take longer. Wow. This is really something else.
For a security guard office, it sure doesn't feel very secure.
It looks like the color palette's off. It's like when they make the the screen go, like, into negative. KB security guard. Uh-oh. I just remembered. Larry might be... Hey, Nick! What's up? So he is here. Yo! How's it hanging, dude? And you got my sweet little Maya with you, too.
Hi, Larry.
Here I was, working my fingers to the bone, and in walks an angel! I got no problems with a daytime date, it's all good. Nope, that's not what we're here for, and if we were, why would I be with her? We're investigating the Bullard murder case. Huh? Oh yeah! That's right, you're a lawyer, aren't you? He is so hopelessly clueless. Well, if it's about the murder case, boy have I got some good info for you!
Really? What is it?
Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya. But Nick here is a different story.
But, Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies.
That was then, and this is now. Alright, you just stay there with your thumb up and your idiot face, and I'm gonna start looking around your room, okay? Hey, Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it? That's right!
Did you know you kinda hung it right on top of a lever?
Yeah, sure. I was told to never ever touch that lever.
And how did you come to have so many friends?
She scowled and huffed at me. Something terrible will happen if you do. Got it, greenhorn?
So why hang your jacket on such an important lever?
Because I'm a fucking idiot. Sorry, because it got me curious. If the jacket's weight pulls the lever down, that's what they call an accident, huh? Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Don't you want to know what'll happen, huh?
It's true. It's killing me too. What about you, Nick?
Yeah, but for a different reason. Rizolka, welcome, hello. It is Phoenix Wright Day. If anybody's, like, photosensitive, this particular room's color scheme is deeply obnoxious, and I am sorry, but I can't do anything about it, and we'll be here for a bit because we just got here and are investigating. But this is Ace Attorney 3. We are investigating theft/murder, and eventually we'll be in court over it. How you doing? It's good to see you, Wanderer, Rizolka, and Kyodar.
Wow, take a look at these things here. Hey, Larry, what are they?
Did you say Hey man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought they were just some kind of decoration or something. Oh boy. How did this guy ever get a job here anyway? Same way Homer Simpson got his job, I assume. Pure bullshit. Something is written on this poster in fine print.
A guard's 5 commandments. Wow, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. 1. Obey thy superior. 2. Respect thy superior. 3. Smile at thy superior. 4. Salute thy superior. 5. Buy donuts for thy superior on command. It's signed, Wendy Oldbag, head supervisor.
She's one tough old bird, let me tell you. Cross her and you come face to face with a real, genuine ray gun. Yeah, sounds scary, all right. Well, fortunately she's on vacation. That's why I'm so relaxed right now. That's my partner's seat. Your partner? Well, that's what I call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of a weird old lady.
There's tea spilled all over that machine, you know.
Don't worry about it. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. It still works fine, more or less. They really know how to build them, I guess. Alright, That's everything in the left and the middle. Now we just look at Larry's desk. Those screens there show what's going on all over the building, everywhere. And it's my job to keep a steady eye on them. All of them. I wouldn't sound so smug if I were you.
Can you watch regular TV on these too?
If anyone would sit here and watch TV instead of working, it's Larry. Hey, Maya! I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV on it. And how do you know that, Larry? Because that was my first bit of investigation, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking! It was a professional investigation, alright? That's my workstation. Pretty cool, huh? I keep a steady eye on the monitors and use that mic for communicating.
Look at all this equipment. It must be hard to operate.
No biggie. I think there's an instruction manual somewhere in this room.
Somewhere?
Instruction manual? What are you gonna do in an emergency? Well, I guess I'd start by calmly looking for the instruction manual. During that time, my partner, the old lady, would calmly look for her reading glasses. That's what us security professionals call teamwork. Even Maya and Pearls could run this place better.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Achievement unlocked. Smells like old bag. Examine everything with even a whiff of old bag on it. Sorry, I'm okay. I'm okay. So what's this good info you were talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a god! A pro! I can't just give away information for free. He wants a bribe? I thought professionals were more... I don't know... honest?
Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info?
Hey, I like that! This kitten has got some claws. Okay, you really want to know?
Yes, so tell me.
Okay, so the thing is, Ron Delight was an employee here. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me?
Yes, you're a pro, I follow you.
Go on!
Then how did you come to have so many friends?
So I really like the Maya face to take in the raid. Raid again, Kikoskia, welcome to Ace Attorney Day. I don't remember, have you played Ace Attorney? I think you've raided me playing this before, and I probably asked you then, and then my brain decided not to file that information as, like, keep information, and instead called it Binet information, but suffice to say I don't know now. You haven't. Well, I'm glad you're here, but leave. Because I think you would. I think this would suit you very well. Either as something you turned into content or something you enjoyed in your own time. But anyway, thank you dearly, and that's true. No, I was having a thing. This is apparently a happy face for her, and I don't understand that fully. But welcome. We are on the third game. We are on case 2 of the third game. Currently in a security office talking to Larry Butts. No worries, Kiko. Thank you very much.
Who are you people? And how did you come to have
Okay.
so many friends?
Okay, this is getting weird. Welcome, Raiders! I'm starting to feel like I should stop saying that individually and start setting up like a timed like just vocally record myself saying welcome, Raiders, and have that just play every 5 minutes. But welcome, Dark Persona. We're playing Ace Attorney. We're on game 3. We're on case 2. Sorry if I sound rushed, but that's the third raid in 5 minutes. Which is cool. Very grateful. But I'm gonna continue now. Please, investigate and follow all of these wonderful people. They obviously have good taste if they have wound up here after their own show.
Yes, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on. Well, 1 year ago, Ron Delight was fired. And there was no warning at all. It just happened all of a sudden. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful. I guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like maybe skipping out of work to go pick up hot chicks or something, eh? No, that's just you. So what is it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me. I get by alright, I guess. First, I have to keep my eye on those monitors. All the time. Monitors? There are security cameras set in each room around the building. It's really hard. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. Oh. And if I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams. That's why like 70% of my sprites feature me with my eyes closed, you know? Because I have to spend my whole day looking at stuff. It's a mark in the measure of how suited to this I am. That is to say, not at goddamn all. What teams? The security teams for this company. They're supposedly the best in the business, you know. But I'm no amateur either, so if it's something small, I don't bother calling them. So in other words, you basically watch TV all day long. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you? Why do you say that? This is just a part-time job for me, and I can't operate the equipment, and I'm dumb. Even if it is part-time, and even if you are dumb, which I'm not disputing at all, you're still in charge of security here. Hey, give me a break! Don't try to pin the whole thing on me! That's not fair, Nick! Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. For anything. Ever. Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? Oh, Larry. Larry. Lazza, mate. It's not even gonna be complicated or controversial, I guarantee it. It's just gonna be that he was asleep when the murder happened. And now he's not sure what to do about it, because he might get fired, right? Or he spilled coffee on the videotapes. Or he was having a wank, and he had his chair turned in the other direction, while poor old Bullard was getting his brains bashed in. I don't know. Or he was out picking up chicks, yeah. Maybe he was out picking up chicks, failed, and then went back to work for a wank. I know... You'd think he'd do that at home, but... I don't have much faith. Anyway... Oh no. I knew something smelled bad. And it was the butts after all. Well, it's like I always say. That was then, and this is now. Okay? Looks like I'm gonna have to break his Cyclox after all. So, evidence. We'll just slam through it. Hey Larry, there's something I need you to look at. Hey Nick, I told you, I'm a pro! And you don't interrupt the pro when he's working. I don't have time to sit and chat with you, alright? Oh, is that right? Oh, naturally I got time for you though, Maya. We're gonna have to squeeze this guy if we want to get more info out of him, huh? I wish I could skip these fully once I recognize that it's the generic response. I don't expect him to reply to anything until we get into, like, the stuff he gave me, but... I am thorough, even to the expense of time. At least we can jam to the banger soundtrack, right? Oh, wow, he maybe isn't going to talk about anything. He's reacting like that to the stuff he gave me. Well... it's hard to be sure. Sometimes there's, like, one thing. Like, this is Kane's list from his office. He won't react to this. He might react to the newspaper if he was the guard. The guard in the newspaper is either him or Ron DeLight. I think it's Ron DeLight, but it might be Larry. So last one. And we continue to have nothing. Does he react to people at least? Surely he'll react to all the women because he's Larry bloody Butts. No, he's not reacting to Phoenix's face. Mia? Nope. Desiree? Nope. Bullard. Alright. I will take the hint. Gotta break the psych lock first. True. Should we give that a go, or should we look around for other people? The psych lock is what he was doing. Do we have anything to prove that he wasn't there? So we have Ron's missing wallet, which was found in the building at 1 AM the night of the crime. Inside it was a CAO office keycard, which was used the night of the crime at 1 AM. We have all the stuff from here. He died at 1 AM. So he died around about when the wallet was found. But the body wasn't found for a day or more. 2 days. Well, I'm not sure if we need to, like, uncover proof, but we've looked at everything in here, so we can give the Larry psych lock a whirl and see what... We'll see what it asks us, at least. There's also the Adrian one somewhere, but I left that because usually when you first get a psych lock, you're not ready to break it. That's why I'm, like, hesitant to do this one now, but we'll see. Because we have been everywhere once. The night of the crime. On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you were supposed to? What? Huh? Of course I was! Why wouldn't I have been? But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go and see Ms. Delight? But that was that, and this is this! Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night, too? Never! I didn't sneak out! I tell you what, I'll even bet you $1. $1? Wow, now that's confidence, asshole. What's with that drenched-in-the-rain puppy look on your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? The evidence that Larry was not manning his station when the murder happened. Do we have something for that? Now, is he the one who picked this up? It doesn't say found by Larry, but he went to Desiree to return it. If he found it, and he found it at 1 AM, that meant he wasn't at the station when the murder happened at 1 AM. That's the closest thing I can think of to fit. Take that! This wallet. You know about this, right? I've never seen it before! Liar! You hand-delivered this wallet to Ms. Delight just yesterday. Give me a break! You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens! Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when you found this wallet? I guess it was around 1 in the morning on the first floor of our company building. 1 o'clock in the morning? That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Ah! Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murderer might have snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? If the murderer had snuck in before 10 p.m., then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine. Why do I have the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 p.m. during your shift. Because in order to get into the CEO office, they need this card, and it was used at 1 a.m. That's really weird, though. All these 1 a.m.s don't add up, like on their own. They've got to be rounded. Because, okay. Kane Bullard, like, okay, 1 a.m. Let's consider 1 a.m. to be a 60-second time frame, right? At 1 a.m., 3 things happened at once. This card was used to enter the CEO's office. Kane Bullard was smacked in the head until he died. And Ron's wallet, with this card in it, was found somewhere by Larry the Fuck Butts. That doesn't work. These two work, but these two don't. The death and the sneak-in, that can happen really quickly, but for the card to be in the wallet and for the wallet to be found in the same minute with the card in it, doesn't work. Doesn't matter, but it doesn't work.
Take that!
Larry, when you use this key card, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does, but I can't show the record to just anyone, you know. That keycard data was already made public in the trial today. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that is supposed to go through me. Boy, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. No way! Yes, someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift, bitch. Aww. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. Yeah! No! I know it. It's all my fault. It's my fault that the boss was killed. My fault! Larry, there was nothing I could do. I have important issues to deal with too, man. What happened that night anyway? My Donna happened. Huh? Your Donna? I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, my Donna called and said, I have to talk to you right away. So I went to see her, and he was standing right there next to her. Who was? Her new boyfriend! It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Normally, I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? Yeah? So is that why you left the security guard office? I'm sorry! It's all my fault! How could I ever make up for it, Nick? What can I do? What? He's curled up on the floor crying like a baby. Oh boy. Nick! Is there anything I can do? Anything. Just name it. I'll do whatever I have to make up for it. I swear, I will. Larry. Hey, Nick. As long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we've got? She's right. Maybe we'll get at least one bit of useful information out of him. Nick! Now he'll look at the fucking evidence. That's not necessary, Nick. You don't have to threaten me. I'll tell you what I know. I know it's tough to tell, but I'm really sorry about what happened. Wow. I've never seen Larry look so serious. I actually believe him.
Yeah, he's like a totally different person.
In that case, maybe you and I should get reacquainted.
Never mind.
I think you know how much I want to help you guys, but I really don't know what to say about that.
What is it, Nick?
It's just that he seems so... I don't know. Pleasant. It's creepy. This is one of Corain's greatest treasures. I used to have zero interest in all this old junky stuff. But now that I'm a new person, well, I can kind of see the appeal. Hey, I got it! Why don't we all go visit one of those musty old temples next time?
I think I could actually learn to like the new Larry.
Yeah, but he still hasn't told us anything useful. Listen carefully, okay, Nick? I know you don't think much of me as a person, but I'm no thief. And I would never wear a goofy getup like that. I already look goofy enough as is. Nobody's ever accused you of being a thief. It's too much work for me, making plans, writing calling cards, etc., etc. I'd rather just pull a dine and dash at a burger joint.
Burgers? I love burgers too!
Really? Well, how about it? Want to go on a burger date tonight? At least pay for the food, because I'm not defending you again. Either of you. Okay. That'll be nothing as well, right? Yep, that would be nothing. Now we get to his stuff.
So what about this?
Huh? Maya, you shouldn't have. A love letter for me?
No, sorry, this is a blackmail letter.
What? How do you know about that, Maya?
Huh?
How much is Alexis demanding this time? Huh? Who's Alexis?
Didn't we show him this letter yesterday, too? I'm pretty sure we did.
Ah, that's the world that I found.
You found it when you snuck out of work to get socked in the kisser, right?
I didn't sneak out of work to get socked in the kisser. If only I'd been more responsible at work. I might have spotted the murderer on the monitor like I was supposed to.
Larry, you really do feel bad, don't you?
Yeah, well. Maybe it's all for the best. I think it's brought Desi and I closer together. Well, just like they say, every cloud has a silver lining. You gotta see that old water glass is half full. Am I right?
Now he's starting to sound like the Larry I know. Don't forget, Nick, half full.
So was this the card that was used by the culprit that night? Well, going off the serial number, then yeah. This card was used to open the CEO's office door at 1 in the morning. Your client had this card, right? Then it's a no-brainer. He's the killer man. Nothing on that. Nothing on that.
The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right?
That's right. Just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya. Huh? Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to your rescue, like the professional guard I am.
Wow. That was pretty good.
Thanks. I try. Do you think you could tell us about the buzzer now?
Yes, please. Please tell us.
Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed! I guess that's a talk option now. Now, are you the guard? No. Must be Ron then. You're 26 years old, right? Don't you think it's about time you took a long, hard look at your life? Sure. The only time you can really screw up and hope to recover from it is when you're young. Huh. Well, I guess so. Naturally, I'm not talking about you, Maya. You're already perfect. It's hard to imagine Larry not screwing up at any age. Hey, I remember her. That's Maya's big sister. Wow, you really do remember. Yeah, who could forget? A couple of gorgeous sisters. Hubba hubba. Hear that, Nick? Gorgeous. Oh yeah, that's right. When I defended Larry, Mia was still alive. I think I remember these. I think we did these last time, because we did Pearl and Larry was a creep. Actually, that's not bad. I think that one's different. This one I don't think is, though. Seeing her makes me remember how important it is to stay young at heart. Even when you grow up, you gotta keep the part of your heart that's still pure. You're so right about that. I'm impressed you can still think like that, Larry. After all, you went through some pretty tough times as a kid. Huh? I did? Something tells me it's more about self-induced amnesia than having a pure heart. I'm really sorry, Nick. I swear I want to change my ways. But the thing is, I just don't have any interest in men. This guy really needs to get his mind out of the gutter. Larry's your stereotypical guy, all right. Ah, this guy. The detective? He was here before, drilling me with a ton of questions. Really? Like, what did he ask? Let's see. I can't remember. Huh? Well, you know, just a bunch of boring stuff. Poor Detective Gumshoe. That Desi is one awesome lady, all right. It's been a long time since I felt this way. I think I'm really in love this time. A long time, huh? Yeah, well, except for what I feel about you, Maya. I don't think even he knows what he's saying anymore. Whoa! Who is this? Come on, man, don't hold out on me! Forget about it. You don't need to know what I'm not telling you. Hey now, I thought we were pals! I got a major thing for girls with black sleeveless shirts and glasses. How do you know that? And if they have an orange-colored memo pad, I really lose my cool. He has to be making that up. He can't really know Adrian, can he? I'm 25 now. It's about time I started giving some serious thought to my life. Good. That's the way to be. What exactly are you thinking about, though? Well, you know, my future, my dreams. Larry, when exactly does this future of yours start? A man's life begins at 30. That's my theory, anyway. I figure I got another 5 years of guilt-free screw-ups before I have to buckle down. Larry, I think... Forget it. We're just gonna have to have a nice, long talk next time. CEO of our company. He was a pretty good guy. Huh? Really? Yep, you bet. You know how I'm not very good about working hard, right? Yeah, I kind of noticed that, yeah. Well, guess what the boss said to me about that? I don't expect much work from you, Larry. In return, just don't expect much pay. I see. I guess he had to follow some kind of dumb law about having security here in the building. So in order to pay the lowest wage possible, he went to the bottom of the barrel. To be honest, I really looked up to the boss. If I ever grow up to be a CEO, I want to be just like him. And don't worry, Nick. I promise I'll hire you for security. And he doesn't have any interest in men for Godot. That's... our man Larry. No, wait, the buzzer. Here, emergency buzzer. We did unlock this.
I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier.
Yeah, I heard it. So that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the 3rd floor of the basement. The CEO's office is on the 1st floor. I thought it would be a good idea to, adopt a wait-and-see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. It's as if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night? There must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? Of course I did. And I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either.
Do you think you could take just one more look for me? Pretty please?
Okay. I just can't say no to you, Maya.
What do you think, Nick?
He's probably right. Ah!
What is it? What's wrong?
I made a mistake!
Huh? But how?
It can't be! It's impossible! Okay, enough already. What about the records? That night, it went off. Just once. In the morning. At around 1 a.m.
1 a.m. That's when the murder happened!
Really? Are you serious? Oh, that's terrible. It can't be. Ah, damn it. Well. You guys have really made me reflect on the way I've been living. But the only problem is, when all this reflecting, where is the time for love? Frankly, I think reflecting is a bit overrated, you know?
What are you going on about, Larry?
Plus, do you honestly have any new info on the buzzer record? Record? Nah, nothing at all. This guy reflects about as much as a piece of black carpet. Right. What do we pick up from Larry? We pick this up. And Gumshoe has nothing to say about it. Alright, I think that's nothing from Gumshoe then. So, what do we do? We could try the detention center again, because we didn't really do that before. No one was there, but maybe someone is... Aha! There we go. Oh! Mr. Wright!
Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation?
Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore! Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you?
Well, you see...
On the same night, the Sacred Urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor's department store. A blackmail letter, you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then, that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So the only question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth, because your life depends on it.
Okay.
Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you are Mask to Mask?
Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response.
Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating.
But listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we?
Take a good look, everyone! Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself! Here I am, the tragic clown!
I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time.
So then the person dressed up as Mask to Mask in this photo, it's gotta be Detective Atme. Well, then where were you? And who was doing the murderage?
That is a very important question, and if we can't solve it, you're probably going to get your head chopped off. So, you know, bit of urgency. Just a teensy bit. So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor, you went to KB Security, right?
Yes. I went to KB Security at the time the blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the key card to unlock the door.
That's probably when he dropped his wallet.
When I went to the CEO's office, someone was in there.
Someone?
Then suddenly they bashed me over the head! BAM! Was it Kane Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless.
Best guess, Guan, it's got to do with Adrian Andrews' psych lock. It looks like a statue.
The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself.
So you knew there was a dead guy the entire fucking... You spent this whole time aware of a dead guy, and you didn't say, hey, it's a dead guy.
Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body.
So that's why you put it in the safe?
Yes, that's right. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I know how to open it. Okay. And what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Nick, all of a sudden Mr. Delight kinda sounds like the murderer to me.
Please don't say that.
Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you... I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please! Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet.
I mean, we're gonna, in court, because it's important.
Whew, thank goodness. No, but I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal. A thief. She'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief. At least, that's what I thought anyway.
So he became mask to mask for Desiree, huh? You are an idiot. You are a fool. You are an idiot. You are an idiot. You are an idiot. Anyway.
I don't really think I can help you with that. No, that's not it. It's just that the thing is, I don't really know if I can say one way or the other.
We'll just push through until we find interesting things.
That's kind of strange. What is? Up until now, Mask to Mask has gone after famous works of art or treasures. Why did he suddenly decide to steal this plain-looking urn that nobody would want?
You make it sound like you had nothing to do with the theft.
Well, it wasn't me that chose to steal this urn.
This calling card. Did you send this?
No, that is... I don't know anything about that. I mean, I had other plans for that night already.
That's true. You did get the blackmail letter after all.
What about Detective Atme? Could he be the one that sent it?
It looks that way. I can't think of anyone else.
Yeah, that night, because of the letter, I had no choice but to go to KB Security. Wow, this is cool! I'm really into this kind of stuff. Oh yeah? It's one of our most valuable treasures. If I ever get out of here, me and Desi will go to Lordly Taylor to check out the whole Treasures of Karain exhibit. Okay, I guess. Just promise me you won't steal anything, okay? Oh, don't worry. We'd be going when I'm not on the job as Mask to Mask.
Well, that's reassuring. He doesn't steal anything when he's off duty.
This photo. This one's gotta be the real Master Mask. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I know Master Mask when I see him.
Yes, but this isn't you, right, Mr. Delight?
Well, no. I was at KB Security then. So then, I guess it really is Detective Atme after all.
He seems to be speaking of Mask to Mask as though it's him, but also as though it's not him. Why is this?
So was this blackmail letter written by KB Security CEO, Kane Bullard? I think so. Probably. You can only get into the CEO's office if you have a key card.
And the blackmail letter said to meet at KB Security.
Guess no one other than Mr. Bullard could have written the letter then.
Well, it said meet at the building, not at the CEO's office.
I was at KB Security at around 1 o'clock that night. I took out my wallet to open the door with the key card.
So that is when you dropped it?
I'm sorry. I should have told you the truth earlier.
Maybe it does say CEO's office. No, just come to KB Security at 1 AM. What are you still doing with this keycard anyway? Didn't you return it when you lost your job at KB Security?
Of course I returned it, don't be silly! But it got sent back to me along with the blackmail letter. With the blackmail letter?
Ah.
Yes, it said use this to enter the CEO's office.
Right. Just not in the part that I read.
Oh, I didn't know Master Mask had become so famous. Yeah, I actually bought this publicity photo. Really? Well, I'd be happy to sign it if you like. I'll even add behind bars. Yes, please, please.
It looks like Ron has totally forgotten about what happened at the trial today. That he was declared not guilty of being Mask to Mask. He has nothing to say about the brooch. That's weird. This list. We found it in the office of the CEO, Mr. Bullard.
Hey! This is a list of all the things Mask to Mask stole!
And that's the value of each item listed next to them. 100,000, 150,000.
Are you sure that's the value of the stolen items? The numbers seem a little low to me. Even on the black market, the prices should be at least 3 times higher than that.
I guess he knows about that stuff because he used to be a security guard. And the thief.
That's the emergency buzzer from the CEO's office. Don't press it! It makes a terrible racket! Sorry, I just love making a lot of noise. Does this buzzer have something to do with the case?
Well, at this point I don't really know yet. After all, there were no prints on it, or anything else for that matter. Nothing. Yeah.
Hey! This is an article about my debut heist! Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But Mask to Mask, he must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right! I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my Mask to Mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket, then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, eh? Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone! The guard in this photo. Is that you, Mr. Delight? That's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself.
Nice and easy to figure out. Even pearls could see through this in a heartbeat.
But as you might expect, Detective Atme found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective.
Detective Atme found the Mask to Mask disguise? Huh, that is interesting.
Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him.
So that's it. That's when Atme got his hands on this.
Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time-consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. Blackmail letters?
You got them starting when? Tell me more, now!
Hey, calm down! Don't get so worked up.
Ooh. The buzzer went off just once, around the time that Bullard was killed. Ooh! That's scary. Do you know anything about that, Mr. Delight? Sorry, I'm afraid I don't.
Why am I not surprised by how clueless he is anymore?
A great lawyer, and so young. You really are an inspiration. I bet you make lots and lots of money, don't you? That doesn't sound right coming from a thief, if you know what I mean.
How old's he?
Younger.
I'm sorry. I suppose you could say I'm nothing but a terrible lowlife. Why do you say that? This is the first time I've ever had to actually face a victim of one of my crimes.
I guess he's talking about the secret urn.
Yeah, but I thought you weren't the one who stole that urn. That's true about the urn, I guess. Maybe I should give up this life of crime and try becoming a professional cowbell player.
No prints on the buzzer that we know was pressed is worth noting. It got pressed, we know the CEO didn't wear gloves. Who pressed it? What do you think about this?
I don't really think I can help you with that.
Oh, that's... nothing.
I'm ashamed to admit it. But sometimes I wonder if I'm really cut out to be a thief.
Well, isn't that obvious?
Doesn't suit you at all. Ah, I knew it. I guess I'm not the only one who came to that conclusion. This is the detective that was in charge of the Mask to Mask investigations. He was so happy that I surrendered yesterday that he actually shed tears of joy. What? Gumshoe cried? Really? Was it a single manly tear, or did he let loose and sob? Sobbed. I started weeping myself too. It was truly infectious. A truly moving moment, if I do say so myself. That must have been one heck of a beautiful scene.
If beauty is in the eye of the beholder, I'm convinced that these two are blind.
Once I decided to become a thief, I started studying like crazy.
Studying? Like what? Petty Larceny 101? The history of pilfering?
Huh, no. But I watched a lot of movies and read a lot of novels about great thieves. Oh yeah? I admire you for doing your homework, if not nothing else. All the great ones had their own trademarks. Flashy costumes, calling cards, unique laughs, and catchy slogans like, "Farewell, my friends!" You see, I have to use a voice changer for the actual deep sound. I'm not actually capable of doing it myself.
Well, he isn't. I am.
I figured I needed to do a good job with that if I was going to make a splash.
But that's my headcanon. The Mask to Mask voice is a voice modulator, and that's why it sounds deep.
Yeah, I guess you really can't say goofy stuff like that unless you're a master thief. Farewell, or we shall meet again. You know, hokey stuff like that. He's an ace detective, all right. He's been hot on my trail ever since the first heist. Yes, but he made a pretty stunning confession in court today. It was me all along! I am Mask to Mask! I don't know what to say. I guess he's just delusional.
That's exactly what your wife said about you.
Desi, she really has a thing against criminals. Do you have any idea why that is, Mr. Delight? Well, if you want to know the details, you'll have to ask her. But the thing is, after I lost my job at KB Security, I needed to earn money to keep Desi satisfied. Lots of money. But I just couldn't seem to find a good job. That's why I wound up becoming the thing that Desi hates most. A thief.
Deadly ironic, that, huh? Nothing about butts.
Isn't he great? I wish I could be half as cool as him. Besides, he's the only one that really believed me when I said I was the thief.
Hey, hang on a second. This is the guy that had you arrested for murder.
Well, I still don't think that makes him a bad person. What in the world do you see in that coffee-crazed prosecutor? Mr. Bullard, my old boss. It's so sad.
Do you have any idea what might have happened?
Was there anyone that might have wanted him dead? Oh yeah, sure. Mr. Bullard was the type of guy that made lots of enemies. What do they call them? Oh, yes, arseholes. He did lots of threatening things to people.
Wait, do you mean that he scared people, or that he'd threaten them with blackmail?
Well, I guess they're kind of the same, right?
I think that's it. Ah, blackmail letter.
This blackmail letter. Is this the first one you got? No, of course not. But this is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location.
So, did you start receiving the blackmail letters after this incident?
Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Eminon heist. That first letter, it said, "I know you did it." So someone found out your true identity? Just like that? Ah, it's not easy being a master thief, you know. "I've got proof that it was you, so give up," it went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all that trouble to steal.
Is that right? Hey, hang on a second. What do you mean you had to give it up?
Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box the letter specified, someone sent me $10,000.
No one said anything about me being worried, you know.
After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Plans?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
What are these plans you're talking about? They were instructions on how to steal a crown or painting or some other rare treasure. They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. So you mean the one that planned the heists wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans.
It sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him. So Ron Delight was Mask to Mask after all. But someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail.
All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail.
Could you try not to look so gleeful about it?
So you went after the sacred urn because of one of those plans too? Well, see, truth is I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal.
Mr. Delight, is everything you've just told me the truth?
Yes! But please, don't tell Desi, okay?
Ron's testimony. From Damask's second heist on, he was stealing by proxy, as directed by the blackmail letters. Truly, a master thief. Wow. Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you.
Yes? But please, don't hurt me.
Okay, first of all, you're behind bulletproof glass in the custody of the police. What the fuck do you think I could do? Secondly, Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him?
Yes, of course! I would never! I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. For some reason. That was silly. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right?
I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. I guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word.
Mystic Maya!
Hey, Pearly!
I'm back!
Hey, Pearls. So what have you been up to this whole time?
The sacred urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Kareen Village to have it examined.
And? What did you find out?
Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Whew, that's a relief. I was really worried. But there's one small problem.
Problem?
These cute little pink splotches. They said that it's paint, and that they were put on the urn recently.
Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal?
What's the big deal? We gotta find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick, we've got to find out how they got there.
Okay. God, we'll go find out how they got there.
Please don't forget about me.
Sacred urn refiled into the court record, covered in pink splotches, but it's the genuine article. So it's finally time to address the paint.
I think it's time to pay a visit to Adrian Andrews.
Oh, Pearl. How nice to see you.
Hello there.
I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to?
Well, actually, I was having this urn examined.
Oh. I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here.
Nick, let's look around one more time.
Alright. If we want to look around, we need to look at the things that have lit up again. Good thing about the way it has it ticked off means we know that we don't need to look at the sword again, but we know that we do need to look at the box again. This box. There's something about it that's bothering me.
That's the box the sacred urn was in. See? It's got a label that says The Sacred Urn. It looks like there's some pink paint on it, too. And it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn.
I think I know how the paint got on it now. Guanbush says, which is why the real killer at me, who they showed the shadow of hitting Ron, if that's true, that's a big goof and they shouldn't have done it, made his own alibi and admitted to being masked a mask in the first trial. But the question is, how was he in both places at 1 in the morning? Evil twin. Well, if he's the murderer, it would be a good twin. I think I know how the paint got on it now.
Alright, let's investigate again, Nick.
The paint cans here can't be looked at, which is funny because there's a pink can, and you'd think that'd be relevant. Weirdly enough, we're allowed to look at these again? Oh no, I think I maybe just missed it last time. It looks to me like it's been dry for several days.
There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it is shaped oddly, and it's shocking pink. Mr. Nick! Could it be that this odd shape is...
Yep, I'm pretty sure this is it. I noticed that day 1, you slow buggers.
That's the box the sacred urn was in.
If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well.
Wow, you're right! Look, it matches! What is it, Mr. Nick?
This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. So, we now have paint marks, urn, and urn box. We have a lot of stuff that we didn't have before for Adrian, but none of this is relevant to her.
See? We got our secret urn back.
That's really wonderful. But we're not entirely convinced it's the same urn. Miss Andrews, we want you to cooperate with us. What a magnificent box. You're not going to throw us off the trail with flattery. I want to know about the paint on this box. Well, I'm sure I don't know anything about that. Some people just have a natural gift for lying. Adrian, not one of them. Ms. Andrews, about the paint that's all over the wall. Oh, look at that! It looks like paint, all right. Yep, paint, definitely. Isn't that funny? Ha 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 ha! I've never noticed that before. Wow! That has to be the most pathetic acting I have ever seen in my life. And I've watched Snip stream.
I'm beginning to get very frustrated.
Uh-oh. I better do something to calm them down, and fast. The Magatama it shall be! Boop. Wait. Boop ba doop ba doop 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 boop ba doop ba doop. Okay. I am satisfied with my booba-dooba-ding. We continue. Ms. Andrews, do you know anything about the Sacred Urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? Oh. Covered in pink splotches, but it's the genuine article. Do you have evidence that it's genuine? Well, one of my evidence pieces has the word genuine in it, so this feels like a gimme. Sorry to break it to you, but this urn is the genuine article. Hey, Phoenix! Maybe sorry to break it to you isn't the best phrasing to use when presenting this particular piece of evidence. Pearls went back to Corain Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how. What she discovered was that the urn had been broken. Again. Did you say... again? Yep. It was broken once, a year ago. And now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, that's why I used the word recently. That's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? 'Cause it has the wrong shape. Well, it actually has the right shape. How do I prove that the shape changed, though? What do I have that has the old shape? I don't know, maybe I present Pearl's face, 'cause she can confirm that it happened that way, but that is just her saying it, and it's not proof, so I will look elsewhere in my list of evidence. This shit isn't relevant, so I'll have to keep going and look further. I don't know, though, I have not thought it up yet, because my energy is going into thinking up the words to sing, so that I do not go out of the tune. This is kind of like torture, don't you know? I don't know if I'll ever stop doing this, because it's just slow enough to allow me to keep breathing, so I can just continue forever on and on. Fuck, I think I might be in trouble here. Can you maybe please call an ambulance? Oh god, I don't think I will ever get out of this abject misery. Oh god, I am not that creative, don't you know? We'll run out of things to say is what I was going to do next, but then my mouth rebelled, so it broke us free. Anyway, it's this. I found it while I was looking. Take that! This poster. It was made recently, right? Poster. Ah, the poster for the exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said, "I am" on it. It also looked like a bucket of shit. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Amy, and it also looks a lot more like an actual piece of treasure that somebody would value. Still covered in cracks, but the cracks aren't obviously out of order. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. I gotta be honest, this urn, the fact that the urn existed for a year in that just garbled state, like, that is the most physically unbelievable thing that I've encountered so far. And I'm including the ghost summoning here. The idea that this thing could be holdable, that this thing could be movable, that this thing could sit in place for a year without shattering at the slightest breeze, I do not buy it. I buy now, if the glue is good enough. This is fine, because everything's in place, because it was fixed well. I do not buy this holding up for a year. Those lines aren't the same pieces. Yeah, it's even less sensible. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. Ah! I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now, tell the truth. Wait. 4. Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yes, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. It looks like she's not going to give up that last Cyclox so easily. Do you have any proof the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? That would be the paint splotches on the urn. But I don't know what I should present here, because I have already shown this. I would assume that this is the most relevant piece of evidence because it clearly shows that the paint splotches are on the urn and in the wrong place. So the paint splotches got on the urn when it was in the other configuration. But maybe we need to present one of these. This proves that the urn was in a box. This proves that the box was at the place. So I think this one? Okay, good. Well, Ms. Andrews? What is this supposed to mean? There's pink paint all over the urn. And there is pink paint all over the floor and walls of this basement warehouse. Yeah, so I think the idea, in that situation, you have to understand, okay, so the urn's already been presented. So the urn is in play, and you can present something else that will back it up. I think it would have failed me if I just presented the urn. And there is pink paint all over the floor and walls of this basement warehouse. In other words, the urn was broken here. You can't weasel out of this one, Ms. Andrews. But... Uh-oh. She's trying to make her escape. But you can get pink paint anywhere. Well, there's none in my office, that's for sure. Well, there is in my room. Liar. Anyway, the paint on the urn and the paint on the floor. There's no proof that it's the same paint. Come on, this is getting ridiculous. The proof linking the paint of the urn to the paint of the floor is the paint on the box! This box. The urn was stored in this, right? Yes, that's right. What did you think was going to be in there? My severed head? Well, there's pink paint on this box as well. I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes. More or less. The paint on the floor has an odd shape imprinted in it, doesn't it? Yes. If you put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Wright. Because you'd like me to get into a plane and fly away? I'm so sorry. I was the one. The one who broke the urn.
Well, good news for you. You're not the first one.
Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil schoolteacher. I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did.
Well, that's not so hard to understand. Is it, Burley? No, not at all. I know just how she feels.
It happened about 2 weeks ago. Just after the poster photo was taken, on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box.
If it happened 2 weeks ago, there wasn't any paint the first night we came here.
When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance, the box I was carrying crashed to the ground. I heard a terrible noise and I thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box, and that's when it happened. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock and let out a huge scream.
I can totally see how that could have happened.
Yep. As clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands.
Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Kareen Village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big.
And that's when the I am got changed to Ami? Or Amy?
I didn't know how it was originally written. But any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Amy.
Any sane person? Really?
Ah, Pearls. She said she wasn't very good at spelling.
Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one had seen it since then.
Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago and then replaced in its box, kept out of sight. And if you broke it 2 weeks ago, why is it that at no point in the entirety of the 2 weeks did you think to clean up the paint?
But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains.
Yes.
Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it.
The Amy Faye statue. Aha! The first time that we came down here. It was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen.
But Mr. Nick! There were no paint marks on the walls or floor of the warehouse when we were here.
No, and I don't quite believe that all of the paint was hidden behind her. But you can see the wall through her arm here.
Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall.
And?
I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it.
I see.
Now it makes perfect sense.
But there's still one thing I find strange.
What is it, Pearl?
The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At that time, the statue had been moved, and the paint was clearly visible.
She's right about that.
Well, Miss Andrews?
Huh? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again?
Well, then who was it? Who would have done it, and why?
Shooba-dooba-doop, shooba-dooba-doop, shooba-dooba-doop.
On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day it was moved. But why? Amy Faye's golden statue updated. It looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case.
Why? Why do you think so, Nick?
Because that night, the real thief, Rhonda Light, was at KB Security. So then why did another masked mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact.
One undeniable fact?
The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but it looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. Who are they going to question? Larry? Well, we shall find out soon enough. Alright, I'm feeling fine voice-wise. I'm not feeling too fatigued at all. So, normally, we would stream another 2 hours from this point. Holy shit! Hey guys, you gotta coordinate better. Anyway, I am going to take a break, but it's not going to be too long of a break. Not as long as my usual Saturday break, because the extra time before I started, I was able to eat food. And I will be back, and we will probably do the first half of the trial. That I can probably get that done in under 2 hours. I don't know that I can do the whole trial day in 2 hours, so I'll probably, depending on the time, stop at the save point, whenever that is. Because I do like to stop my Ace Attorney streams at save points rather than at my exact schedule. Just because I think that's better viewing and waiting practices. So yeah, we will come back and do at least one half of this trial. And you know what? Let's just advance the text one more so we can get music, shall we? October 14, 9:41 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 4. Here you go. Enjoy. Hello. No bots in my absence. Very good. One second. Okay.
Hey, Nick!
What is it this time?
You won't believe how many people are here for the trial.
Well, it is a murder case.
What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door.
Oh. Next door?
Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Atmy's trial today. You know, 'cause the law don't wait.
Detective Atmy?
They say they're going to try him as mask to mask.
Already. That was fast.
Boy, I'd love to see Mask to Mask's trial.
Well, then why don't you bugger off and go watch that while I do my job, Maya? Now, who's this red text here? I know. Who knows what? We do not know what is known. We lack knowledge, and that is a problem. I hate it when games do this when I'm trying to do voices, because, like, it's gotta be a character I know, but I don't know which voice to do. The line was, I know. Make of it what you will. By the way, where's Pearls?
Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore.
I know you don't like me. Alright, who don't we like? Who don't we like, guys? Who don't we like? We like... It couldn't be Maya. It's not Pearl. We like Gumshoes. It's not Gumshoe. We don't like Luke Atby, but he's in his own bloody courtroom. We like Ron DeLight well enough. He's just a bit strange. We are alright with Desiree. A little odd, but... yeah. It could be Adrian, because her self-esteem is in the fucking toilet at the minute. It could be Larry, because we don't like Larry. It could be Godot, but that's a weird way for Godot to start a conversation. Of course, the text could be read because he's a half robot. Shelly the Killer! No. Shelly the Killer is not in this game. I wish. I would voice Shelly the Killer forever. He is my favorite character in the Ace Attorney canon, bar none. But yeah, Ron, Adrian, Larry are the guesses. But the line is, I know you don't like me. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh?
Yeah, ever since that incident last year.
Please, don't ignore me!
Oh, Mr. Delight. Good morning.
No one likes me. Ron, Ron, Ron! How do you like me? How do you like me? Ron, Ron, Ron! Why don't you like me? Nobody likes me! No one would notice me even if I killed someone.
Come on, don't be silly.
Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer? No! I'm just a poor thief!
No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor.
Yeah, they can. The good ones, no.
Now, let's see.
According to Mr. Delight, I'd say the vast majority of the world's thieves are poor. I'd say that poorness is a leading contributing factor to the becoming of the thief. Do some research, mate. From his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans.
plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the heists.
Do you really think that there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick?
It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock.
Huh? How come? Let's just take our time like always.
I'm afraid that's not an option.
Huh?
October 14, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 6. One of these days, we will get courtroom number 5, and I will be able to make the song joke that I've wanted to make ever since I started playing Ace Attorney. But I don't think we've ever seen courtroom number 5. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
You're ready? Preparation is the last refuge of the weak.
Oh, yeah. I remember last time I streamed this, the most annoying thing was that my voice was incapable of playing Godot the way I wanted it to. My Godot wasn't there. I felt like I couldn't speak very loudly while I was hitting that voice. I think I got him back mostly.
Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot.
He's got the judge in the palm of his hand. Yet again.
Ron Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Ha! Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. But that is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Yes. No. Well then, let me briefly summarize the details of the case.
Wow! The judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change.
The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated at 1 a.m. of the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball.
One second.
Okay. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Godot. Please call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. Well, the first one is
is always the best. Mr. Godot, your witness? Okay then. Let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, has to say for himself. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but...
Well, the same thing happened to Phoenix himself a while back. Remember our original flashback case? Yes, so does he. I guess that was the intention. Hadoy! I remember when Mia was defending me. Fuck, this song is so good. It doesn't fit the entire rest of the soundtrack. It's literally Godot hijacking the mood and making it his for a while. No other, not even Von Karma was like, fuck you, this is my house now, and you're gonna listen to the music I like, because I'm the damn driver of the house. Look, the metaphor got away from me. It started as a house and ended up as a car. Our house in the middle of our car. Now, 17 cups of coffee would in fact be terrifying, yes. Anyway, I had a point somewhere in the darkness. Fuck it, let's play the game. I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. Ha! You've got guts, right? All right then. Mr. Ron Delight, please take the stand. You did it, didn't you? Yes. What? No! 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 That's not true. That's not true. He tricked me. He's a bastard. Ah! For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Ha! Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security?
Ooh, well, That's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home.
Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened. And when I say hear, I mean speak up.
My visit to KB Security. That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was.
1 a.m. The exact time the murder took place.
Also, that looks a lot like the writing on the urn before it was fixed.
The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. It's bitter today, too. Just like my destiny.
You'd never know that from the way he's chugging it down.
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please.
Is it a cross-examination when the person I'm interviewing is on my side? Isn't the whole point of a cross-examination meaning it's the other team having to go at your people? Like, that's how witnesses work, right? Like there are witnesses on both teams, and there's the... first, you talk to them, and then the enemy does. I don't know, I don't do law. Nor do I do crimes, so I haven't really had to be in... You know? Stop with this sense and logic.
That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there.
Oh, wait, no, I'm pressing now. It's press time. 1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that?
Yes, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow and my internal clock was also a bit...
1 a.m. That's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct? That's true. The prosecutor called him and we are ripping him apart because he's bloody unhelpful. So, yeah. It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure.
The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there.
It ordered you there.
It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere.
Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters, then?
Oh, of course. They'd say things like, steal this. Why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Fuck. Please don't say any more. Now what should I do?
Harder! Press harder!
So what did the blackmail letter in question say?
And I do mean the recent one.
It said to bring $50,000.
Money, huh? A perfect motive for committing murder.
Oh, but wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway!
Not good, not better. Oh? Is that right?
After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of.
An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony.
Yes, sir!
Ha! A muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. Oh god, oh jeez!
The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything.
Just what were you being blackmailed about, anyway? The blackmail letter said, if you don't want your identity revealed, correct?
I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullard didn't have anything on me.
He didn't?
Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Desi believes in me.
So that's why Ms. Delight didn't believe he was mask-to-mask.
That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I never knew where his so I knew where his office was. It's made it very easy to go in there and murder him.
You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right?
Yes, that's right.
A security chief? You? And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge. A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say?
This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject?
I mean, we know what he did after he was fired. He was a thief. Don't ask about that. Why were you fired? What happened? You weren't a thief when you got fired, so it's not dangerous for us to ask him. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job.
Well...
The world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that.
Okay, then I take it back.
Defendant, please answer the question.
I needed money.
Ah, fuck. You needed money? Yes, Judge. What happens? What is the logical conclusion between the joining of the words I was fired from my job and I was desperate for money? Jobs give money. That's what they do. That is the fundamental purpose of job as far as the person doing job goes. It is receiving of money that job is done. So if you need money really badly and you have job, what is it that you could be doing that would cause you to lose job based on your need for more money? I'll give you a hint. It's something I really don't want him to admit to while I'm defending him in fucking court. You needed money?
Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh?
Now, I disagree. That's a fucking great hobby to have if you have the means. I mean, it sort of makes you a bit selfish, but bugger it! Disclaimer, these are not my sincere thoughts.
My salary wasn't nearly enough.
So, I stole data for from the company. Come again?
KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief...
You stole some data and sold it.
Mr. Bullet found out, and I was fired immediately. Ah! I wish I'd never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret, and made it seem like I had quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good.
Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that.
He sure told you.
So you admit that you stole data from the company, is that correct?
Yes. I'm sorry.
This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Oh man. This whole thing just took a big turn for the worst. Crash. And blew up. Yikes. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster.
He fired me for selling company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that, even though she's in the audience of this court. Oh no.
Why would you do something like that?
Well, for Desi's hobby. What else?
Wasting money, huh?
It's not a waste! So Ms. Delight doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she?
So it would seem.
I'm not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other.
I can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples. Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright.
There wasn't much to his testimony, was there?
Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least, that's what it sounds like to me.
Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. We'd better be careful.
But if we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get closer to the truth.
Yeah. That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. He fired me for selling company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that.
Is it just me, or does that not work? The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. He fired me for selling company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that. Leaving aside thievery, how do I evidence that? Like it's like I want to point out a contradiction between two of his statements rather than with my stuff. I've already pressed them. But, like, the line of logic here is, actually, Kane Bullard could have power over you because you're trying desperately to keep something he did to you from Desiree. And he knows about it because he did it. So if he knows that you want to keep that from your wife, he could threaten to go to your wife with the information. Easily. Very easily. Da 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 do da. Present Desiree's profile. That's a fun idea. Ha! That's really good! Well done. I forgot about profiles. Mr. Delight. What you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared. Very scared. Of having a certain person find out your secret. A certain person? Ms. Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. Ah! But I... Listen to me. My Jessie, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Ah, Godot! Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Oh. No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that, or you'll be sorry! Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far. What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whooped in just 20 minutes. Clearly there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. Ah. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed! When I came to, Mr. Bullet was lying there, dead. I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that mask to mask struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. Ha! No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that. But what are you saying? I really was attacked! We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Who was this suspicious shadow? If there were 1,000 of me, and if even one knew, I'd tell you. Trust me. His dodging all of our questions is not helping us win his case. Okay, then how was the victim Mr. Bullard at the time? Sorry, what? Then how was the victim Mr. Bullard at that time? And what do you mean by how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Was he dancing on the ceiling?
Was he wearing a flamingo costume and prancing around? What was he up to? What was his state? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Forget it. Oh, suddenly I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. Your forehead? Yes, it's above my eyes and under my hair. I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. Do you remember anything about who hit you? Well, like I said, it was both a fast and powerful hit. So I think I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were saying. Or asking, rather. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed! That? Could you please clarify what you are referring to? Why, my Mask to Mask costume, of course! Well, wait just a moment. Mask to Mask? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mask to Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. What? Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. It seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry! I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind? My 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my Mask to Mask costume. Why were you dressed up as Mask to Mask? Why? Because I'm Mask to Mask, of course. What are you talking about? Mask to Mask's trial is being held next door. Ah, yes. I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Mask to Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him, just to be safe. Oh, boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I'd expected. Took a lot longer? What is he talking about? Press harder! Press harder! What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course! My cape got caught in the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullet's body, after I didn't kill him. What was that? Back up a second. Yes? You were the one that hid the body in the safe? Well, yeah, yes. Inconceivable! Why? Why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. As usual, Mr. Godot, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? So you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well, yes? Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony. Yes, sir! Uh-oh. Looks like a storm front is moving in over on our fair weather judge. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer? That's not exactly what I meant. when I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find this corpse, they'll think I did it!
I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense.
Hold on. 10 minutes? What is it, Nick? I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it? Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Nick. If you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some... Yeah, I've played the game before, Maya. Jesus Christ, we're at the end. We're at the tail end of case 2. You could take your hand off of mine. Why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were? You know, like a lawyer. That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. Ha 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 ha! We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in his testimony either. I bet you he's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him. I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. Oh, he will. He is a walking train wreck. I believe the circumstances that they're talking about are the fact that the alarm was going off. It went off at 1:02 a.m., and if he spent 10 minutes fucking around with a corpse in a safe... Yeah. Unless he's deaf. That'd be a fun twist. He's been reading our lips this whole time. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record?
And what might this be?
The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running.
Huh.
And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m.
What?
If Mr. Ron Delight truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way.
Objection!
Huh. Let's remember who we're dealing with here.
And again, I purposely don't do the same voice as Godot's objection line because I reckon he'd sound stupid. It'd be like, he probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. Like, it doesn't work.
He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building.
Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them.
Objection!
My hand hurts. Also. But, as it turns out, the guard never came.
That was nothing more than a coincidence. Also, the fact that the guard was a fucking slacker. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known.
Objection!
Yeah. Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off.
This buzzer is extremely loud. We can attest to it, having pressed it out of pure neglect. There is no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Better delivery there would be, if he had been conscious, that is.
Conscious? What do you mean by that? Fine. Let's hear your theory.
Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes.
Unconscious? So he fainted?
That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body.
So, what are you trying to say?
Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, It can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right. Whoever it was, they knocked out Ron DeLite and then pressed the buzzer. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is...
Objection!
This is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron DeLite is the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? Abso-wankin-lutely. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. That would be the buzzer itself, and the fact that there are no fingerprints on it. Haha, take that. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer. Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. That ain't new, Judge. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind.
Objection!
Ron DeLite obviously wiped them off. Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did. The defendant, Mr. DeLite, was dressed as Mask to Mask. And Mask to Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have had to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Order! 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 It would seem I've been forced to eat crow. I wonder what blend number crow-flavored coffee is. However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden? Huh. It looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're on to you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. And Mr. DeLite just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place. Right? The killer clobbered Mr. DeLite and then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed? Security was supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well, then. You've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? To find out what it did. To summon the guard is the only answer that makes sense, because they definitely didn't do it by accident, and they definitely didn't do it out of curiosity. They did it to call the guard. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. Do you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. That's a funny phrase to use for Larry Butts. Ha! What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in? No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. the victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead, the defendant, Ron DeLight, who was out cold and dressed up as a master thief, and the third person, the real killer, he of the unnecessarily obvious silhouette. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron DeLight.
And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer!
Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron DeLight for the murder. Order! 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 It would seem I've been made to eat my words once again.
Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee at a delayed reaction time, which was clearly theatrical. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait. Wait a second. I'm the one and only Master Mask, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is...
We're going to drag that person in here right now.
But who is it?
I don't have any solid proof yet. But think about it. The killer knew Mr. DeLight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So, the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron DeLight for the murder of Kane Bullard? I wonder if we'd be so certain if it wasn't for the silhouette, but it's obviously Look at Me, Ace Detective, who we haven't seen all stream, thank fuck. But we're definitely going to be seeing him soon. Detective Luke Atme. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace Detective?
Luke Atme?
You mean Mask to Mask did it?
Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Mask to Mask at all. He is, in actuality,
The true murderer of Kane Bullard.
though he did steal the urn as well, so you can like blame him for both of the actual crimes that are being. Look, just my client is a little bit of a thiefy man, but just let him go, okay?
Order, order, Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime?
No, they're not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment.
Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom.
Of course. A famous detective was unmasked as Mask to Mask.
Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along.
To be found guilty?
Mask to Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn of Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask to Mask was Luke Atme's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi.
A guilty verdict as an alibi?
It is good.
You know, it's almost time.
For what?
For Luke Atme's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial, after all.
I like this because it shows that both sides of this coin, both Ron DeLight and Luke Atme, were trying to do the same thing with that first trial. The difference is Ron was forced into the situation and is innocent, whereas Luke perpetrated the whole thing and had it as his plan from the beginning. But Ron adapted to what was going on and tried to take advantage of the possibilities for himself. In the end, the better option is proving him completely innocent, which we're gonna do, but... You can steal plus murder.
If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Mr. Luke Atmy's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. Am I really sure about this? Ha! A bet's only good when your life's the ante. Mr. Wright, I believe in you! Mr. Delight. So, please, I'm begging you! Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. Mamma mia! Here I go again. That voice. It sounds like... Mia. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. Huh. So that's your answer, huh? Very well. I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Luke Atmy to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. October 14, 11:58 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 5! Thank you.
Well, Sir Detective Atney,
I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly.
Oh no, Sir Detective Atney, you were the one who...
That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. Also, can anybody tell me where the middle of my hair went? This court finds the defendant, Luke Atmy. Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet, please! Well, well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser, eh? I get it, he left the rest of his hair in Canada. My name is Phoenix Wright. And I'm an ace attorney, so grab a seat, move to the beat, and join me on my journey. I live in California, and by that I mean Japan. Attorney at law. And I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atmy.
Accusation? You accuse Mask de Mask?
That man is not Mask to Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer.
What?
God, he looks like the guy from Panic at the Disco. And this sprite specifically, he looks like he's about to just shout, I chime in with a haven't you people ever heard of? Locking the goddamn courtroom. It's much better to face these kinds of things with a sense of, I don't know, justice and propriety. There we go. What a cliffhanger to end that week on. I have 45 minutes, but there is absolutely no bloody way that we are finishing the second half of the trial in 45 minutes. And I cannot go over time because I am starting to feel that my voice is a little tired at this point. The throat, it's not really pain, but like the throat, the left side throat discomfort that comes through, started to come through in like the last 20 minutes. But it wasn't there for the rest of the stream, which is a really good sign. Means it's a lot diminished from what it was. So we are going to stop here. Tomorrow, we'll see how I feel. Last time I streamed Ace Attorney, the next day I didn't really want to talk much, and I didn't stream that Sunday. Will I do 6 hours tomorrow? I don't know. It might be a few weeks of recovering and taking the medicine before I do 6 hours 2 nights in a row again, especially with this being the first half of that. But I intend to stream tomorrow. I will cancel it if I have to, but I don't believe I will. That's the best I can give you.
I might start on the usual. I might start on the weekend start time. I might start on the weekday start time. Give or take that hour, but the intent is to do one of those and go for as long as I feel comfortable talking. We shall see. I saved, right? Yeah, I saved. Right. It's weird. You don't really have an exit option. I have to Alt-Tab and close the window. If you're in the save file, you can't exit. I'd have to start the next chapter, which I don't want to do. Anyway, this was good. I feel like my voice has the ability to pull this off again, so I will catch you guys tomorrow, and I will rest now. Fairly well.